I hope you've packed some sunscreen because we're here for day number 2 of the Kunoichi Carnival, and we've got day after day after day of some scorching hot Overwatch action. And we've got 3 finals in a row, starting off with the Diamond Division, where Monarch MX is going to face off against WITS Rainbow Egos. Where's the shame, Rainbow Egos? My name is K-Wing, and I'm here with Thor. Thor, are you excited to get into it on the second day of the Kunoichi Carnival?
I'm as excited as you to get through this second day, all just grand finals back-to-back through the different divisions. And what's going to be super exciting between this Monarch MX team versus WITS Rainbow Egos is the fact that they have matched up with each other in that, winners finals initially. And let's just say it went the distance. So we're definitely expecting that today also.
Yeah, gonna go the distance. Hopefully, once again, Monarch MX, a storied team of just incredible players. As we look at that bracket again, you see the 3-2 as Monarch MX took the win and went to grand finals, but it was a tight one, and you saw Where's the Shame drop down to the losers bracket, where they only narrowly eked out a win over Estrella.
Yep, and for WITS, you're at least confident enough that when you match up again with Monarch here in this grand finals, you should be able to keep up just as well, and hoping to turn, the narrative a different way. But, we are a tournament that is currently raising funds for charity, and we are currently raising funds for the Trevor Project.
Currently raising funds for an incredible charity in the Trevor Project, with support and resources for young LGBTQ people and for truly LGBTQ people of all ages, in terms of hotlines and numbers that people can call. They're an incredible organization that we're raising money for, so you can hit that button on the stream itself on Twitch, and you can get that donate link to give some money to an incredible cause, as we're just about rounding out this Pride Month, but you can make a good charitable donation and make some difference in some young people's lives. And you can enjoy some Overwatch while we're at it, because again, these 2 teams, as we look toward our first map of Oasis, going into control, it is a first 2-3. And we are ready and raring to get in both these teams, ready to go. You have to wonder what their warm-up was like today, coming into today a little bit cold. We'll have to see if there's going to be a bit of a warm-up period in this first map, or if they're going to go in all guns a-blazing.
I mean, no matter what, they have to work their way towards being guns a-blazing, whether that's at the start or as it ramps up through this matchup. But let's take a look at what these teams might potentially ban in a map like Oasis. And let's be real, Oasis is one of those maps that could open to a variety of compositions in certain sub-maps. You're thinking areas like city center, you could still see some level of dive, or something like garden, it could be the same. But one way or another, if they somehow end up in university, you're already expecting a level of brawl. So if I am one of these teams, I'm probably banning a hero that works well, I guess, in all three maps, so that it makes things a bit spicy in this already scorching hot temperatures.
Yeah, and as we look, these teams do have 45 seconds on the clock to ban. It might take a little bit for us to get the... Woohoo! Kiriko coming in first from Monarch MX. Fennekin on the side of Wits is a pretty big Kiriko lover, so that is definitely a strategy to play here, banning a good pick for the Rainbow Egos as we look now for their ban.
And for Wits, Rainbow Egos, that just means locking in maybe something in damage or tank. And you did say that Fennekin prefers playing that Kiriko, so I would not be surprised if Wits have also decided to go for a target ban, right? They're for the tank role, like Felix, very well known for playing Diva. I will not be surprised if there's a Diva ban, just, as a reciprocal kind of relationship. And that's exactly what we are seeing, is Wits going for that Diva ban right away. Now, banning Diva right away in Oasis, I'm not too sure about that. I feel like there are better maps potentially down the line, and maybe for Wits, you're just hoping you don't really have to deal with those maps where Diva is much more oppressive.
Yeah, maybe for Rainbow Egos, maybe looking to ban a support, and they had to pull out a second pick, because that Diva is a powerful tool to shut down Felix Felices, but you got more than one map that you're going to be rolling in here. And that's the thing with Monarch MX, is they do have that roster depth. Incredible players riding the bench, players like Arkinspire, Willowtron, that have been all over the Calling All Heroes and Calling All Heroes Rising scene specifically. So they have the roster depth, whereas Wits, not so much. As we look to load in, Monarch MX picking the Orisa, and Wits rolling out with the Ramatra. So we'll see a little bit more of range play going up against a very in-your-face team. We'll have to see if Monarch MX can keep the distance as the door is open on map 1 of the finals.
And Wits switching off right away to that far, really just using the TP of this matchup to get a leg up over Monarch. But they've already decided to take this mini under their control and hoping to fight there much better. And that's a boop!
It's two caught by random ult on the Pharah, and that's just over. And Wits is gonna absolutely capitalize, slam down on Monarch. That's point. Wow.
That's a quick turnaround, just understanding that if Monarch MX want to take that high ground, the Pharah should be able to rain some damage in and control that space. And already you see some swaps from Monarch playing the Mei instead, hoping to wall off this Ramatra just much more easily, as already Felix enters in, trying to displace some players.
Gyro will be the first to fall, as they're getting a very split fight. The tanks going right past each other, as now Dead Cats gets right in the face of this Orisa, but Felix Felices is not taking any damage, and Dead Cats will get burst down, and the point will flip. A solid fight, taking out that Venture early.
Yep, I think Fennekin playing that high ground with... Ooh, that's a whip shot. Fennekin playing that high ground with the Pharah, while is a safe spot to be playing, and no one was really following up with Dead Cats trying to go in, and that just made it harder for Dead Cats to survive. Now, they have at least captured 29% and they have a Pharaoh barrage. Nothing really to deny it besides melting down this Pharaoh. So you're looking for the Cassidy to avoid being melted down right away.
Yeah, you're looking for a good pick, but there goes the Ramatra immediately, and Bandit shutting down the Pharaoh before they can even get anything. Bandit picking up 3, Salto goes down, but it'll be cold comfort as the team kill bell rings out.
Yep, it seems there is a slight tempo difference between these two teams, with Monarch MX just really going in right away at their speed, and they've built the ultimates to keep this going. There's Wits still looking for a way to use this barrage, but with Bandit dropping very low, they may need to back out just a bit more.
And that's what they're going to do. They're going to have to back out. There goes the barrage from Random Alt. It's going to be right in the way of the orbital strike. The Blizzard will catch 2. Blizzard and High Noon. It's a big ult investment out of Monarch MX, and one that wasn't really mirrored by Wits. Gonna hope that they can do something with that.
Yep, already swaps from Wits, Random Alt going for this Cassidy, hoping to at least alleviate a bit more pressure placed onto Dead Cats, who has been struggling to stay alive against this speedier tempo of Monarch MX, who already are just going in. I think Wits just needs to commit.
Yeah, they need to start putting ults into this. This is last fight territory. As the point starts to tick up, Salt will fall first from the pick on Artemis from Artemis Foul. And that'll be Wits just rolling onto point, using their ults incredibly smart, and just using 2 to take point. They've got quite a hill to go up.
Yep, but that's an economical fight that you want. You're already sure you have 2 ultimates to work with in this next engagement from Monarch, because you know Monarch will be going in blazing, and they have a Terra Surge to commit with this. So I think using this excavation from the Venture should stop this push a bit more.
Going in incredibly aggressive is Gyro. Pushing through, has Salt right in their clutches and will land the kill. Terra Surge will only get the Immortality Field out from Fennekin. So that's a great trade there for Wits. And now Monarch MX are starting their push as Felix Lizzie's taking a lot of damage turning that corner. Now trapped up in the Ravenous Vortex, getting the chase from the Venture, but almost flying a bit too close to the sun. Last fight territory for Monarch MX. They've got the 2 DPS ults as they're waiting here.
If I am Monarch MX, you're trying to build towards ultimates,
Whoa.
keep Bandit alive, go through, and they managed to get Fennekin. That's a huge opening.
That's a huge opening. Salt will go down, but you've lost your main source of healing. You need to be scared here as Bandit going around the corner, trying to shield dance. This is for Ramatra and taken down by the High Noon. There goes the orbital barrage, and the overwhelming ults out of Monarch MX work perfectly in their favor. However, they will have to deal with some potential stall as Random Alt will try to Deadeye, but will only find themselves in the crosshairs. Wrecking Ball slamming down, just looking for a miracle here is Wits. But they will find no miracle. They will only find round 1 going to Monarch.
Honestly, if I am Wits, that was a valiant effort to get that to a 99.99. It's just unfortunate that you were in an ultimate deficit in that last engagement from Monarch. You really did not have ultimates built up just yet to even deny a potential push with the double DPS ultimates from Monarch. So I think if I am Wits, there is a lot of hesitancy sometimes with some of their engagements, just too scared to round a corner right away rather than trying to do the fight or just quickly. Because Monarch is capitalizing on this slowness really well.
Oh, yeah, that's what the opening was, is capitalizing off of that lack of speed as Random Alt on the Pharah, looking for, again, some cheeky plays as you got a Far Mercy combo trying to overwhelm this Cassidy out of Bandit, because before it was not working out of Random Alt. Salt on the Freya already getting something good, but Bandit's gonna get thrown off by Random Alt as now Wits finding those early picks, but can they capitalize as Salt on the Freya already charging up a lot. Cinder will go down, traded out by Gyro, and Tangerine drops. And now Wits will just seemingly eke out a victory if they can find it. Dead Cat's staying on the Wrecking Ball, I might add.
I do like this Wrecking Ball pick for the sole reason that you're hoping to capitalize on the chaos that the Wrecking Ball displacement does. Your Pharah then becomes, able to rain free all the damage from above. No DPS to keep them busy just as easily. No ultimates to work with just yet, but we're building quite close to those mines, just showing a lot of work that Dead Cats has been doing on this Wrecking Ball, already rolling through them and slamming on the high ground.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this push on the high ground. You're very vulnerable to the Pharah E and to the Wrecking Ball, as now the mines come in. Bandit's gonna get slammed down big style as Tangerine will get taken down, and a textbook fight there, just taking advantage of a little bit of hesitation out of Monarch MX, and Fennekin will even get revived to kill Cinder.
And I think that is the challenge with playing against a Wrecking Ball, is if you are planning to play this Brig with it, or even the cast, you're going to have to predict right away where this ball is rolling through and stop the momentum it is caused. Felix switching over to the Winston, hopefully to allow themselves to adjust to their playstyles right away, but damage already in.
Yeah, and Cinder's gone. And now you're just trying to look to see the disengage. You've lost your Brig, you lost your Juno. You need to get out of there, and you can't lose anyone else. But you're gonna lose everyone else. A darn near team kill for Wits. And this is a completely different team than we saw round one. They're looking at 100-0.
Yep, and if you're Monarch though, you have ultimates to work with for this next engagement, and so does Wits. They have 4, just using the Valk in the previous fight, so that means we're expecting a trade and some space denial maybe with these mines.
Cinder has to use Rally defensively. Now there goes the barrage into the backline. It's just barely not enough to take down Tangerine. Great evasion from them as Salta get taken down. Fennekin though, that might be the opportunity that they needed to get this going, as the minefield will come down. Cinder will get taken out, but there goes the resurrection, and Fennekin's back in the game, baby. Now looking to get the kill onto Tangerine, and will absolutely land it. And now it's just Felix Felicis on the Winston, going against the entire squad of Wits. It won't be 100-0, but it might as well be, as now Salt, the last holdout on the point. Now just a little bit more staggered. Salt doing a good job to stagger this out, as OT now starting to tick. Cinder on the point as everyone on Monarch taking their turn, trying to put a toe on the point and get out with their lives, as Cinder's going to be the first to fall. But Artemis, wait, a pick, a hope for Monarch MX in a 44 as Felix Felicis goes down. Who will step up next? It's Bandit, as Bandit falls. Now it's a full force push as Salt will take out Fennekin again. That's no supports coming in, but there won't be enough to seal the deal, and we are 1-1.
If this fight on the second point of Oasis has anything to show us, is that these teams can play head to head and make this immensely competitive. This is likely going to be a reflection of what is to come for this grand finals. Now, let's take a look at what happened. Monarchs MX managed to flip the point, and honestly, that was an amazing stall from them in that last, fight. It did more or less go in the way of Wits, but you could see that this Monarch team has an understanding of, taking turns on who's touching point, communicating who is, and playing their lives to ensure that, buy time, get everyone else back, those respawning, and trying to at least turn things around. Didn't work out at the end, but now they're flipping the way this map is working, with Wits taking the usual high ground and Monarch playing the kinder, safer, cubbier area.
And that makes sense when you're playing against the Pharah of random alt. Bandit has been doing an amazing job thus far. You've seen on that stat screen as Artemis Fowl just slingshots the wrong way, just how good Bandit is as soon as I started talking about them. Seems like they're getting a pick already. Gyro goes down, and that is a big win for Monarch.
Yep, 3% and ticking up. Hopefully trying to get random alt before. Nope, random alt manages to get out. Now, you can see the swaps that Monarch MX has done to make sure Dead Cats isn't being as oppressive. Salt has opted to play this Tracer, which is really meant to chase after this Wrecking Ball when, you know, Dead Cats drops immensely though, and they're doing a great job. Salt doing a great job, even though, hey, Dead Cats still causing disruption. They're 102!
Wow, there you go. Bandit again finding the pick. You see how much this team is dedicated to just shutting down the Wrecking Ball as the Pulse Bomb is going to take out Gyro. Random will take out Bandit. So still some hope here for Wits as they take out Salt. The Resurrection will go through on Gyro, and Random ult to get the 1-2 strike on the Tangerine. And now it's just some stalling for Felix, jumping up and down to get themselves to about 54% before the flip.
It's not a bad amount of percentage you've capped if you are Monarch, really forcing Wits to change the way that they are playing. And you could kind of see that when Dead Cats rolls into this Monarch team, there's not much of a follow-up sometimes, or it's hard for everyone else in Wits to do some damage to put in, and they're already still causing disruption in the back.
Dead-eyeing into a Barrage and Pharah. Bandit, I like your style. You are gonna be dead, though. That is how you die. As Fennec and Cinder are both gonna be traded out. Random alt on a bit of a tear here. Salt nearly going down to a stray rocket. Tangerine desperately trying to keep them alive as Felix Felicis goes down. And now Wits Rainbow's Edge has a very good position here with the number of ults they've got and how they're looking going into the midway point.
Yep, Gyro just has to escape, get your HP back online. You have 3 ultimates if you are Wits, and hey, that pick on Salt means your Wrecking Ball has more room to play with without being bothered. Monarch building up towards at least another primal that allows for Felix to stay alive, but you want to likely engage with this Orbital Ray or sustain through one. That's unless Bandit gets poked out.
Gets found out. A great follow-up by Dead Cats to just, I mean, man, oh man. Dead Cat 8 is doing incredible stuff. Now just pulling up and waiting for them to go through. Waiting for this concerted effort to go through one of these choke points. Traps the Winston. There goes the Orbital Barrage, but a great disengage is going to mean it's not going to get that much value. A very high value ult gone by the wayside. So Gyro dropping the ult, getting some damage onto Monarch MX. Nothing in the kill feed as now Salt harasses Artemis Fowl and will find the pick. Felix Felicis and Random ult getting the barrage again, shooting through the window as Gyro will go down, but Salt, the last one left as the overtime wick burns, and Wits Rainbow Egos do an incredible job, and what a turnaround onto that submap 2 from that submap 1.
Yep, just great plays from the Wits squad, and this is with Fennekin's preferred character being banned, so they have something up their sleeves in this, you know, kind of scenarios wherein, hey, one of our players' preferred character is banned. What is in our back pocket when that happens? And Wits have something, so that's something that Monarch MX now might have to contend with down the line. Even if the Kiriko is back in play, that just means Wits Rainbow Egos has other, you know, stuff in their playbook to deal with what Monarch has to bring.
Yeah, but I think your worry here for Wits has to be that now that Diva is off the table. You now have to deal with the Felix Felicis Diva for the rest of this match. As we go, we didn't have the time to do it at first because these teams were just so gosh darn eager to jump in, but we can look at these teams' rosters and see what they're bringing. I mean, we know them, we love them, but looking at Monarch MX, got those DPS of Bandit and Salt. Bandit doing so incredibly well on the Cassidy, putting a lid on random Alt's Pharah at some really crucial times. Although in the end, random Alt still found some time to go wild, and then Salt showing the May, Felix Felices, and then Cinder and Tangerine, and a bit of a farewell tour for Tangerine here on the side of Monarch MX. And definitely a sad thing to hear, to read there on their team sheets, that this is in fact their last tournament this year for Tangerine, someone who's been a mainstay of collegiate Overwatch and marginalized gender Overwatch for a while now. It's finally taken their last bow.
Yep, and it's sad to see him go. It's a lot of things, but hey, if what Monarch MX wants to do to make this a good farewell is hopefully to win this for Tangerine, right? Make sure that, they are able to go out, with a dub, but there to stop, that good farewell would happen to be this Wits squad with, Random Alt and Gyro Best Boy being that, DPS line, and Random Alt has been doing so much work on that Pharah and causing disruption, but keeping up with all of that is Dead Cats creating all that space for the DPS. And finally, this backline of Artemis and Fennekin. Yes, it shows Kiriko and Lucio as, the characters, but hey, we saw that on Bap Mercy and they were getting work done with it.
That they were. And honestly, I talked a little bit about the bench, and I'll just quickly run through Monarch MX's bench. These are the people that they have truly sitting on the bench. They got Willowtron, Sari, Apollo, aka Dragon, Sadfire, and Arkinspire all sitting on the bench. And those are names that you recognize if you are involved in the marginalized gender in Calling All Heroes Rising. You recognize those names, you recognize those faces, as they are big names riding the bench. Willowtron, an incredible May Flex player. Arkinspire, an incredible Flex support. And just sitting and waiting in the wings, just in case. They're a mystery Mouscatool, if you will. But Dead Cat 8 on the side of Wits Rainbow Egos, originally listed as a substitute, has been putting out incredible play here on the Wrecking Ball. I'm interested to see if they try to continue that when we go into our next map. This is Monarch MX's map pick, and they're showing us the warm streets of Midtown.
Hey, if anyone wants to know, right now happening in actual Midtown or in New York City is the actual Pride parades are happening today. So a lot of people are up and about right now. So this is such a fitting map to head into just thematically for map number 2. And hey, we get to see the really nice, colored walkways.
We do.
I think they're one of the maps that has it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's New York. They've got the Pride Parade. We do have actually the first ban here from Monarch MX already on the line. We've got Monarch MX. I don't even need the 45 seconds to tell you that they are banning Mercy.
Apparently, the Mercy of Artemis was enough of a problem, but I think more than Mercy being the problem, it was really the amount of damage that Random Alt was doing on that Pharah with the Mercy in tow, just enabling it so hard. So now that you've removed the Mercy, you're pretty much forcing Wits into the backline composition of maybe a Kiri Lucio, but we're already seeing that Wits have other ideas on what they want to ban, and while they cannot ban one of Felix's favorite characters of that diva, they're definitely banning something that she has played in the previous map.
Yeah, they're going to be taking the ban to the Orisa as well. And that's an interesting one. I think that's one thing we saw throughout the Oasis was Monarch MX really kind of throwing the spaghetti at the wall and seeing what works on the tank role. Now, Felix Felices is, oops. Now, Felix Felices is an incredible tank and has much more depth to them than just the diva. But the Orisa was one of the things they tried, like we said, but it seemed like that was what they were trying to change, was Felix Felices trying to find something that worked for her that would put a stop to the composition of wits. And now Monarch MX, I think, a really smart ban. We'll have to see if it's effective.
I think part of the reason you may want to ban a Orisa if you are wits is maybe they do want to stick with this wrecking ball that is getting value. Let's take note, Farah, even in current Overwatch 2, doesn't really need as much of a mercy pocket anymore as she used to. She's able to kind of sustain herself a bit more, especially now that, you know, DPS characters do have that passive healing as long as you don't take damage for X amount of seconds, something that did not exist in Overwatch 1. So there's just more survivability for Farah. So I wonder if this mercy ban is going to bear the fruit that it wants. Now, for wits banning an Orisa, there's that hint they might want to stick to that wrecking ball. And Orisa is such a good character to deny the displacement of a wrecking ball and to stop, you know, the momentum that these rolls can cause. Your only other potential tanks that have that disruption capability are characters like, you know, a Junker Queen with Knife, and at really worst case scenario, if you want to, you run a Roadhog, but that makes no sense whatsoever. That's a throw at that point.
No, the Orisa with her javelin throw is truly one of your favorite picks as we get an extreme close-up on this pigeon, and we see that Wits still running the Farah on, so we're still seeing the Farah, and we have the pylon healing of the Iari can be thrown on top of that subway, and now we'll have to see if that'll be enough to supplement the mercy healing, or if it's just to keep random alt topped up.
I'm definitely sure it's to keep random alt topped up. It allows you to play for a different angle while making sure your Farah still has some healing coming in from a different angle, but already Salt taking a, journey, taking a pincer, hoping it will do some damage, and already has taken up Firehouse.
Oh, and finds the Farah right in their face, as now gonna run into the building. Maybe not the best play against the Tracer, but it looks like the rest of Monarch MX will follow them, and now pushing through. That Kiriko was in a dangerous spot for a moment, as Tangerine charging up his old gyro, now on the Freya, and really putting in the damage. Bandit will be the first pick, taking out Fennekin. Salt in a bit of trouble. Now Bandit on this Sojourn, gonna run into a lot of hassle from the Farah, not able to shut down as easy, but he'll get the trade as Monarch MX take first point. 3 minutes on the board.
I think if you want to play that pylon type of style with a Farah, I think you need to be a bit more cognizant on where you're positioning as the Iari, because your other job really is to put damage in, and already Random Alt has found this Tracer with Dead Cats going back to the Wrecking Ball. I think hoping it will get a bit more value. Well, Felix back on this Diva, which I think works way better in dealing with Farah poke, but also taking that high ground this easily.
Dead Cat 8 up on the high ground and pushing through. gonna be able to get out with their lives in tow. There's now Gyro jumping up, not finding a lot with those shots in the end. But there goes the ult, but Gyro will be the first to fall in it. Artemis Fowl get that pylon taken down. Monarch MX are still rolling through, looking for Felix Felicis to eat that ult, and will indeed, as Artemis Fowl get taken down before the Captive Sun can do anything. Random ult just kind of waiting in line for a little bit of shenanigans. Nearly getting the barrage in at point blank.
Yep, you can see Artemis Fowl switching to the Moira, hoping for a bit more survivability, but Bandit just knows where random ult is. The Mercy ban really doing its impact right away. It seems like Wits is just falling down into pieces.
That it does, but they're starting to turn it around. The Kitsune Rush putting out massive damage, and Wits will finally put a stop to the bleeding 97 meters in.
Yep, just short of the party by Grand Central Station. Now, Random Ult has been holding on to this barrage and is likely going to use it should they be able to get Felix Felicis out of the way, but it looks like they're not being monitored.
Barrage comes in, and it will eventually take out Cinder, as Random Ult will give their life for it. It's a trade you take, but it's an aggressive play, as Random Ult now going full onto the Pharah. Very clear that that Pharah, going onto the Cassidy, pardon, it's clear that Pharah was not working. Deadeye over top by Bandit. Nothing there, just sort of zoning them out, as Bandit and Random Ult now in the first Cassidy v Cassidy of the fight, as Bandit will get taken down by Dead Cat 8, and that'll be the end of the fight there as Monarch starts to break a retreat.
Yep, you still have 2.5 minutes on the board, so you're fine with that if you're Monarch. You have a pulse bomb. There's a number of targets you could stick that would be more effective. Potentially the Cassidy, maybe this Venture, but not so much these supports who could just fade out or Fit or Suzu. So you're going to be monitoring their cooldowns, but Dead Cats is already in this backline behind, bothering them and dropping low in HP, but doing enough disruption for them to get value. Now, for Wits, you have this Venture ultimate, and there's not really a lot of characters who would struggle against it, maybe just Bandit and Cinder, so those are going to be probably #1 targets.
Yeah, you'll have to see if Gyro can pick that up, but Salt already getting taken down as the ult still held out by Gyro. At this point, you are up one, so they might not think they need it at this point, as Salt will switch on to the Freya themselves. As there goes a slam in from Dead Cat 8. Just keeping on harassing this backline as the rally goes in, but Felix Felicis will get taken down by the Wrecking Ball before the rally can really take effect. And Wits are playing incredibly well to shut down and disrupt and play this annoying Wrecking Ball composition perfectly.
Yeah, it seems like, we did see that Dead Cats is the substitute flex player of Wits, and that might possibly be their greatest strength right now. I don't think they played against I don't think Dead Cats may have played against Monarch in their previous match, so there was no info about this, and now there's mines dropped in that rotation, and dropping very low are the players of Monarch in that tiny room, forcing out the orbital ray.
And Random Ult's Deadeye just gets dived on top of and shut down. Deadeye right in the middle of the back line. Artemis Fowl will find the pick, and it's a triple Moira kill coming out, and it's the supports of Wits Rainbow Egos going nutty with it to get them the shutdown.
Seeing a 3k Moira kill that does not involve Corwell Essence is a rarity. So Artemis Fowl is Aussie marking and noticing who are the key players that need to be taken out right away, and has been focus firing on that, relying on the orbs potentially for healing, but because this is a hypermobile comp. Already Fennekin taking out Tangerine in this overtime push.
Yeah, and Cinder is vulnerable to this Venture, really looking for that pick as Cinder will go down. Diva Bomb coming in over top will give Monarch MX some temporary breathing room, but Artemis Fowl using that right click like there's no tomorrow Bandit will get one pick with the overclock. As it's the only one left, Tangerine will get shut down. And 106 meters. Defensible for Monarch MX, but you want for more. When you finish point A with 3 minutes on the clock, when you take it in a minute, you really want a little more than that.
Exactly. And if you're Monarch, you know what your win condition is. The most feasible way to even hit that win condition would then be to just dwindle the time of Wits when they've capped the first point, because unlike the Wits defense, Monarch just sped through it right away and taking it in less than a minute. So your goal right now is to dwindle the time as much as possible on that first point so that Wits doesn't have as much of chances to go through that second point, which is the more, I guess, oppressive part of Midtown between first and second point. So if you're able to stall them a bit longer in that first point before they can cap it, that means you have a better shot at defending the second point. And you could see that Wits have opted to stick with this Wrecking Ball, seeing that they have gotten so much value from Dead Cats playing Wrecking Ball. Monarch, on the other hand, think this Diva Juno Brig composition is the answer to stop the push, and Bandit on the Tracer really is there to hopefully slow down this roll throughs of Dead Cats and chase after Dead Cats when they're dropping immensely low.
Interesting start there. I think Random Alt and Artemis Fowl were looking for some kind of Widow Lifeweaver play, but it didn't work in the end, so we're going to get to see the Cassidy Lucio from them. So you're looking for a good start early on. Monarch MX will take out Dead Cat 8, and there you go. That's already that minute out of their reach as they get to pick on a Random Alt as well, chasing down the scattered members of this team. And they might even try and chase down the Venture as well. They will give it up, but a minute already gone.
Yep, and that's what you want if you're Monarch, dwindling this time down even further. Wits switching off their composition, realizing that the Wrecking Ball isn't doing them any favors right now, especially with the Tracer just bothering them. A bunkier style at least allows Random Alt to just focus more on preventing the annoying flanks from Bandit on Tracer, as they just have sights locked on Cinder.
Just hard focus. Cinder, Dead Cat 8 now pushing through, looking to find the scattered players of Monarch MX, and doing really well so far as tick number 1 will roll through. The Tracer will go down as Gyro on the off angle will have to retreat, but I don't think anyone's going to be playing to recontest. Now 5 minutes on the board. This is not very good if you are Monarch MX. You wanted to take a little more time than that.
Yep, 4 minutes and 40 for Wits to, capture this, but already, unsuspectedly, Random Alt sneaks their way behind and gets Bandit. This is an unfortunate turn of events for Monarch MX.
It's incredibly unfortunate as you lose that chaos factor that the Tracer brings. A great D-Mech onto Felix Felicis, as now Felix Felicis is just going to rush toward and get eliminated to get that mech back and avoid the stall, but you're in trouble now as Tangerine's getting spawn camped. Random Alt will get taken down by Bandit, so you have some hope for Monarch, but you lose Salt. You can't be losing players in the middle of the setup phase like this to Dead Cat 8. You have to protect these people.
Yep, and Rally forced out of Cinder. You have ultimates if you're Monarch. You really might need to use them to keep this point alive, but already they're turning things around with Fennekin finally down, but they're looking for supports. Supports are dead.
Yeah, and there you go. There goes the excavation, the beat come out just to keep everybody alive. There goes the Diva Bomb, and everyone will avoid it proper. It'll give Felix Felicis another mech, but there's the Deadeye coming in over the top. Cinder will get taken down. Goodbye, Bandit. And that might just end up being match point for Rainbow Egos. as Monarch MX in a dead sprint to try and contest here, but it'll mean nothing in the end, as Wits will roll over that rainbow crosswalk and make it now 2-0. Monarch MX have their backs to the wall.
Match point area for this matchup, and if your Monarch is not looking so well, considering you brought this Wits team to a 3-2 in that winners final, so Wits living up to their name, put their wits together and made something happen, making Monarch just scratch their heads figuring out what to do, and that's just some crazy planning and from Wits.
Fair play on the put their wits together. I've had the at their wits end sat waiting in my brain, festering, and you beat me to it. You beat me to the wits joke. But right now, I think Monarch MX they're in such a bind right now. Such an incredible bind. It seems like they struggled with the Pharah coming in, but even when they don't, even when there's no Pharah, even when random alt moves on to the Cassidy, the funniest thing is that random alt, the Pharah player, is a hit scan player, prefers the Widowmaker, prefers these Cassidy players, has the Pharah in their back pocket, but random alt has been showing off her depth and his understanding of multiple different types of heroes and their ability to aim across multiple different types, across the hit scan, across the projectile, across those different characters. You've seen the depth of just how good random alt has been, and you can't discount Bandit either, but random alt and as well Dead Cat 8 have just been on another level this entire time. And I mean, going into this break, Thor, what advice could you give Monarch MX to make sure that they don't go out on a 3-0 here?
Really, my advice to them is don't think of a support ban, because I think this support backline of Wits is going to keep up no matter what you ban. So it's more of what is going to make it much harder for Wits' DPS line to do anything. And that might just be your answer.
It might just end up being Cassidy. It might just end up being the Wrecking Ball coming through. We'll have to just wait and see. But before that, we're going to go and take a break so these teams can have a stretch, get some water, and rethink what they're going to do, especially Monarch MX, now facing match point, looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep, to be clear. We'll just have to see if they can roll with the punches, if this team that has been around for 2 years now can keep their legacy strong. We'll see you in just a moment.
Here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Hello and welcome back to this incredible game where we've had twists and turns galore, and we would be remiss, I tell you, to not have some gosh darn surprising twists coming in to what could be our final map here as Wits Rainbow Egos, this team that has been dominant on the Wrecking Ball, who we have been raising up and down the garden path, have subbed out Dead Cat 8, swapping them to support. In for Artemis is Dead Cat, with Dykopath coming in on the tank role. This is putting the flex in flex, player.
I mean, let's take a look. This team sheet of Wits Rainbow Egos, I took a look at it. None of them have tank as a rule. It is flex, projectile DPS, hit scan DPS, flex support, main support, flex. They have no tank. And somehow this is going to hopefully work in the team's favor. Maybe there is a specific tank that Dykopath is more proficient in compared to Dead Cat 8, but Dead Cat 8, she ate in those two maps, okay? Doing so much work on that Wrecking Ball, so maybe if you're Monarch MX, you're kind of glad maybe Dead Cat 8 isn't in on the tank and it's Dykopath, and you're likely not going to be expecting that Wrecking Ball, so maybe something a bit more stable that this Monarch MX team, might be more comfortable with dealing. But we do already have some of the bans incoming from these two teams.
Yeah, it looks like we're ready to start the ban phase in just a moment here. We'll get those up on the screen as we look at what could be that final map. We've got Suravasa coming in on the Flashpoint. Flashpoint is a really great map, I think, to be a palette cleanser, to be a momentum turnaround. And so for Monarch MX, staring down the barrel of this, reverse sweep, you might have a little bit of hope to turn it around right here.
Yep, and if you are Monarch, you hopefully took my advice and you did not ban as support is what I hope for, because I think a lot of the value that Wits has as a team seems to be the damage coordination power between the tank line and DPS line for Wits. So maybe targeting a damage character or maybe a tank might be the play, but with a new tank in, I think your best option is to ban maybe one of the characters that either Random Alt or Gyro Best Boy opts to play proficiently. And just as we wait for this ban to load in, because it's at 0 seconds, surely we will find out.
I wouldn't be surprised at the Cassidy or the Venture ban, and there we go. I promise I didn't peek. The Venture ban comes through, and now Wits, they have the tank and they have the support. But again, they can't ban the Diva. They've banned twice now on the tank. We'll have to see, as now the support line is being left open for them to potentially make their mark. They could do something crazy here. They could ban the Lucio. They could ban truly anything. I wouldn't be surprised seeing the Juno ban or maybe a specific tank.
I think if you are Wits, you're most likely banning something from the support line, and we've at least seen what this backline of Monarch MX prefers to play with Tangerine Cinder. It's this Juno Brig. So a ban of one of these support characters, there we go, such as the Juno, puts a damper into the plans of Monarch. So now you're playing something most likely leaning in towards a Lucio with a Kiri or maybe a Lucio Bap, one or the other, but guaranteed you've locked what the expected backline is going to be. Now, the Venture ban is also very smart because not only is it the character that Gyro Best Boy has been playing, but Venture has been the most oppressive, or at least sees the most playtime in Flashpoint maps. So removing Venture from, a map that they are commonly played in means that, hey, you don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, there's a Venture coming from behind me, there's a Venture that just comes up from out of nowhere and then just drills into me. So if you're Monarch, that's a good thing to deal with, but already we're seeing what these teams plan to roll out with, and a Junker Queen for Wits, not too surprising. Junker Queen gets a lot of playtime on Flashpoint maps, and for Monarch, Felix on the Reinhardt, okay, I was like, that's going to be cooking if you're playing that with a Kiriko, because I don't think that's enough healing, okay, to help your Reinhardt stay alive. I would usually play that with a BAP, so already we're seeing what is essentially a tank support matchup. Your biggest difference is this DPS line, and I think the annoying potential of Bandit might just seal the deal for Monarch just a bit more.
Yeah, Gyro Best Boy onto the Freya. I believe we've seen her play it before, and we will have to wait a little bit to see her play it again, as that'll be an early pick, as now Monarch MX see the opening, and they're going to push in heavily. Salt looking for this pick onto the Lucio over on that left side. Getting some damage in onto both supports, but not able to find any big picks. Commanding Shout has to be used basically just to keep the Junker Queen up and feeling safe, as she's taking a lot of damage. Felix Felicity's gonna go down. Tangerine doing their best to keep that JQ alive, but it just couldn't happen. And now it'll be Wits and Dykopath recapturing Flashpoint A.
Now that we see Dead Cat on this Lucio, there's a very slight difference in playstyle that I'm already seeing between these two Lucios. Dead Cat's really trying to create openings for this team to capitalize on. You could see the amount of redditing really going into the enemy team, just slightly hoping to create a level of opening. And I think that's one of the things Dead Cat was able to do right away as they've taken this point. And there's an engagement already switching to a Diva from the side of Felix.
And Cinder's gonna go down, and that's an early run through as Wits just playing just terrifying how fast they're playing and how they're finding these openings so well.
Yep, Wits have the bolas for Gyro, and that is something you could deter a push in, but from how quickly the percentage is ticking down and no one yet on Monarch even close by the point, it looks like they might just have to opt to give up the first point of Survasa and try to fight it out for a second, as it seems like Bandit attempts a touch and a pulse.
Yeah, the touch pulse does not work in the end. Kitsune Rush throwing in. They're investing. Kitsune Rush will be answered by Kitsune Rush. There will go Gyro with the ult. Will take down Tangerine. And it's trades for trades for trades, but it looks like just barely. Wits will get Flashpoint 1, mark it down, and now running. Oh, that's an incredibly advantageous selection there for Wits. They're basically going to get cap for, or they're going to get defense for free.
Yep, and they have 3 ultimates to at least keep that alive. The double Fox power of Fennekin really helping them out in, sustaining and turning that last one in their favor, but already Bandit setting up in the back and is being marked by random all, just knowing that the Tracer is going to try to be a nuisance and forces recall.
Forces recall. Gyro falling early, as now Salt just can't get anything more with the ult. Oh, random ult gonna get thrown up in the air, but Tangerine will get taken down. Wits keeping good, just keeping, oh my goodness, this is incredible by Wits. Every time I think that they're on the disadvantage, they're on the back foot, they turn it around completely.
I may have gotten distracted because I need to know what Kiriko skin that is, because that's a really nice looking Kiriko skin from Fennekin. But Wits they still have the Junker Queen ultimate, and they're already marking where everyone else is. So you're trying to force out the Suzu from Tangerine, or maybe the beat from Cinder, but what they forced out instead is Gyro on this Freya and wrapping things around.
Early picks just rushing through the back line as now Wit's down 2. Diva Bomb is forced out from Felix, and the Pulse Bomb as well. They use it up 2. They'll get the win, but you have to wonder if those utilities might have been better spent sometime else.
Well, I think if you're Monarch, you're kind of adjusting the way this is going to be played now that you have a Genji instead of a Sojourn. So you're not really looking for long distance poke potential. You're brawling it out through a coordinated dive instead and easily rotating how the map is going to look like. But they're just shouting in, they're just speeding in, numing in, and trying to find a opening and a pick. Bandit already down.
There you go. And it's a triple on the Junker Queen ultimate. Kiriko will Suzu herself. The beat comes up to keep the rest of Monarch alive, but they don't get any picks during it. It's gonna be the ult locked onto Felix Felicis as the D-Mech comes through, and there's nothing to save them there. Monarch MX will get it up to around 85 or 87 with this stall. They might even get 99 if they really push it here, as they're not actually getting a lot of picks here in the end, but now that'll be the 99 and that'll be the time to go.
And if you're Monarch, that is a great play from your Tracer, your Kiri, your Lucio, stalling that so well to get to 99, because now you have a chance to enter to this next engagement and hopefully turn things around. Yes, Wits has 3 ultimates to work with, but force out one of them and do a quick rotate, and that hopefully will turn things around. Someone just has to touch at the end of the day as this percentage continues to quickly tick down. Monarch's just trying to build ults.
They are. They can't touch the point, and that's now 2-0. Random alt will pick off Salt, but oh no, you're in such trouble now. Monarch MX down 2-0 in both set and in match point, but they might actually have some opportunity here to get to point first.
Yep, I think forcing out what was a Kiriko ultimate, a high noon from Wits just means that your Genji should at least get some value in this next engagement. Your numero 1 target is that Lucio Dead Cat with a beat. It's the only thing that will most likely deny the Genji blade, so they're already looking for the Genji and the supports.
Gets the Suzu out. Beat will be coming out, so it's gonna be a pause on this ult from Salt. That beat out answered by the other beat. And now Salt's ult is kind of free, but so is Dykopath's ult, as there goes the Thunderstorm. 3 roll through, random ult, picking up 1, picking up 2, and Wit's Rainbow Egos are gonna take this flashpoint right back, and now looking to seal the deal right here.
30% on the board for Monarch MX. Still 2 DPS ultimates with, well, no support ultimate to really answer it. Bolas maybe could slow it down, but that's more of a ultimate to cluster people together and hopefully do damage into them. But if everyone from Monarch is split, that's not going to be great. And Genji Blade committed in.
Gyro will get taken down first. Can they find anything more? Dead Cat 8 gonna get taken down. Salt on the Genji. Salt on the Genji. It's 3. Now looking for a random ult. It'll be Bandit to find the final pick. And a 3-2 as the Rainbow Egos are not champions yet.
Yep, Monarch just using 1 ultimate in that gained immense value. Just putting salt in the wounds of Wits. Wits are able to go in for this next fight, likely with a rush to open things up. Coordinated with the Bolas would probably do a lot of work, as already Felix is dropping immensely low.
Fennekin goes down immediately, and Felix Felicis look at the remake, and now Salt has gone beyond and is picking up 2 kills. Will get taken down in the end, but it might just be over as Dykopath is going to get booped away. Is there anything more they can do? Shut down the Junker Queen, and that'll be Monarch MX starting to maybe switch these things the other way.
Yep, and they should have a better shot at defending this next point first. Wits 2 ultimates, make it 3 soon, as Dykopath and Random Alt should get their ultimates in this next fight. Monarch does not really have anything to work with besides a rush. So if I were Monarch, I'd use that Kiriko rush to open things up, sustain the team through, and build towards ultimates. Then they've already committed it, forcing a rotate from Wits.
Oh, I don't know. That's a really big ult to use just to force a rotate, as the Deadeye from Random Alt is going to zone everyone away, and it might just pick up. It'll pick up Salt. It'll pick up Bandit. Random Alt on the cast, picking up 3 in the end. And now Wit's Rainbow Edge are starting to tick up.
Yep, I feel like that wasn't a bad ult. I think what was the problem is you know where Wit's Rainbow Egos was going to rotate. So you needed someone to deny the value of the rotate by pushing them back in. But what gets pushed back is Gyro Best Boy getting these picks on the free.
2 picks early off, and that's just the fight. That is just more point to tick up to Wit's Rainbow Egos, and now you are on final fight for Monarch MX. You gotta have another Salt Miracle Blade like you had last Flashpoint. You need it to happen again. Last fight. This is for all the marbles.
Yep, and you have 2 ultimates that need beats to be used, and it's already by Monarch.
Oh, Dykopath just crushes through. Salt with no HP and a dream finds the pick onto Random Alt, is slashing into Dykopath. Can they find this pick? Takes the pick onto Dykopath, but Felix Felicis is already gone. The ult onto Cinder, and Cinder will fall. Bandit, gone. Dead Cat 8, picking up the last 2 on that. And Wit's Rainbow Egos have dethroned the Monarch. They deny the 2-time win, and they are your Kunoichi Karnival Diamond Division champions, with Dead Cat 8 no longer on the tank. And we were so confused, utterly befuddled. Why in the world would they be doing so well, popping off this hard, and then you throw your tank onto the Lucio, onto the main support role? What a flex. And immediately, not only does she continue to provide incredible value, she takes the gosh darn play of the game at the end. What an incredible play. What an incredible team. And they are now kings and queens, truly monarchs.
Yep, exactly. And, we want to hear more from this Wits Rainbow Egos team, because they are our winners. They pulled what was an upset of sorts. I think we were expecting a closer matchup, and they turned things around. But we have them for an interview, so we will be heading to a very short break to get things set up as we bring in one of the key players of this team for an interview. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. One last thing from us here. As we have Dead Cat 8, the tank and Lucio player of our now champions, Wits Rainbow Egos. Thank you for coming on and joining us. And thank you for putting up with the embarrassing moment where we were gassing up your play and then you joined into the voice chat.
Well, I really appreciate the gas. But yeah, we have a very funny comp. I know that we kind of confuse you guys when I go on to main support off of tank after like 2 strong ball games. But it's really, we had a very good plan for Suravasa. It was our queen composition. We've been playing that all the way through the tournament. And for the more sort of aggressive Lucio, we sort of figured that I'm a bit better at that than Artemis. So that's why I was in for main support. And we had our brilliant Daggerpath playing on Queen.
I mean, it did great work for, the team, because one way or another, that turned things around. And I did comment on that tempo. It really seemed you were more aggressive as a Lucio player than the Lucio player of Monarch. So it really set the tempo and the match up. Now, one of the things I'm interested in finding out is who named the team Wits Rainbow Egos? Like, what is the history behind this naming?
I was stressed you're gonna ask me history questions about the team because I really can't answer that. I don't know. I came in as a 6th just a couple days ago, and so I've not been with the team for very long. But I know that Wits is where is the shame, because we're a bunch of shameless weebs. I think Rainbow Egos is probably just we're all a bit queer and we all got ego. I think that's it. Don't quote me on that. I could ask the team captains and get a proper answer for you.
Hey, I mean, feel free to correct us, or share more about it, maybe in the general chat for this, server and such. But it's nice to at least know that it has some kind of weed backings one way or another. I could understand where that comes from. But when your team went into the match for today, I know you guys lost against Monarch MX in that winners finals before the grand finals, and it was a very close 3-2. What was something you learned from that match that you brought into today?
I think it was the back line that we had to take care of. I feel like Cinder's Brig was really strong, and it meant that they could beat us on sort of the dive. We had a problem in Dorado where they just had Willow on Monkey just running us down, and we couldn't really get on the back line because Cinder's always in the way. So really sort of shaping our bands around that and sort of compositions, knowing that Monarch really love this Juno Brig sort of composition and how we can play around the how we ban around that and run it down.
Yeah, and you certainly did that in the end. I guess as a last little bit to ask you, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to, or anyone you want to give a thank you to for your organization now that you're on stream? Anyone you like?
My manager, Godflex, who's been sitting screaming, being so incredibly hype. I've not been able to match the energy. Really, it's been a very fun team. I didn't expect this tournament to be what it ended up being, and I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah. And I think I wouldn't have done it if Artemis didn't reach out, and then Godflex was the hype train that they were.
Well, fair enough. Thank you, and congratulations to the entirety of your team, and thank you for joining us on the stream.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Good luck with the Masters tournament. I'll be watching it. I know a lot of the players in there, and hopefully next time around I'll be playing with them. I'm looking forward to it.
Hopefully. All right, that was Dead Cat 8, the tank and main support of the With Rainbow Egos, an incredible flex player all around. And before we take a break and we get our next caster in here as I take my bow out, just want to again talk about the charity that we're raising money for. We shouted it out at the top stream, but now that we might have some new people here, we are using this stream to raise money for the Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is the leading suicide prevention and crisis intervention nonprofit organization for LGBTQ young people. They provide information and support to LGBTQ plus young people 24/7 all year round. They also are incredibly good at gathering information on the LGBTQ community. They're an incredible resource. And like we said, they are a nonprofit. We're collecting money. There is actually a button just below the stream that you can click if you feel so inclined to donate. They're an incredible cause to donate to. And I can say that they have helped out truly innumerable amounts of LGBTQ plus youth.
Exactly. And, you know, it's time for K-Wing to bow out and for us to take a really short break as we set up for this Masters Grand Final. So don't go anywhere. And hey, during this short time, maybe you could do that, you know, whole charity donation. So just a thought. But we'll see you in another few minutes.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.
Welcome back, folks, to Kunoichi Carnival. We are here at the grand finals of the Masters Division. It is Rags and Thoriumea bringing you all the action here for the second game of the day we get to see here on stream. And we have a fantastic showing here between Atlas Kasoku versus Florida They Them. Fantastic naming, have to really give them credit for that one there. But really excited to see these two teams hash it out. And not only that, it's going to be a rematch here, Thor.
Yep, it is definitely going to be a rematch. And you know, if there's one thing our previous matchup showed to us is that whoever won that winners finals, that is not guaranteed to win yet again, as we take a look at the bracket to see how these teams got there. Atlas, Keisoku, and Florida They Them both really cinching these out through just solid 3-0s, and even when they matched up in that winners final, it was still a 3-0 in favor of Atlas Kesoku. So the big question is, can Florida They Them finally figure out how to possibly beat this Atlas Kesoku team, or at least at minimum not lose out in a 3-0 fashion yet again?
Yeah, crucially, every single match we've had so far in the playoffs rounds for the Masters Division here have all been 3-0 matches. Both Atlas Kesoku and Florida They Them 3-0'd their opposition coming into that last game they played against each other, and then Atlas Kesoku just wiped the floor with Florida They Them, who themselves then completed to mop up Pixel Peeps Rising in their losers final round there. So they are back, and as you say, Thor, this is really the chance to see if they've learned from any mistakes and, you know, fallings in their last matchup, or if this is going to be another 3-0 stomp. And honestly, we always hope to see these matches go the distance here, but I mean, between these two teams, there's clearly got to be a favorite coming into this.
No, definitely. But before we even head towards looking further into these teams and the maps, let's give a shout out at the charity we are currently supporting with this stream. Yes, folks, we have the Trevor Project that we are supporting and, you know, receiving donations for, which is happening in a very timely month, right, to have this type of charity event, Rags.
Absolutely. It is the last penultimate day of Pride Month here, so no time at all like the present. Fantastic to have a Kunoichi event here at the end of the month, and of course, getting to donate to the Trevor Project. I mean, it's just such a good cause for LGBTQIA+ folks worldwide. So like necessary, and of course now more than ever, you know, that's always the phrase gets thrown around, and it's so vital, so important. So really thrilled that we get to partner with them, and you can donate just from Twitch. You don't even have to, no complicated process to it. A lovely partnership happening there. So please, if you've got anything to spare, folks could really use the assistance.
Yep, and speaking of assistance, we do need some assistance from our production to let us know what the map is. The first map will be for this matchup. And yes, the tried, the tested, the true. It is Lijiang Tower. I mean, Lijiang Tower.
Really showing our age here, Thor, with that particular reference. But yes, Lijiang Tower is where we're headed first. such a historical map here in Overwatch. Since the dawn of Overwatch 1, before it was even called that, this map itself has been such a storied map in the annals of history here. Getting to see so many early compositions back in Double Tank, of course. You have your Ryan Zarya happening all over the place on Control Center. But looking at the bans here, I would not expect to see either of those two particular tank heroes, sadly. But we'll see what Atlas Kasoku feel like they want to get out first here. So many Brawl compositions find their home here on Lijiang Tower, not just on Control Center, but on the other two submaps as well. So whether the teams want to lean into that or play something a bit more along the sides of a dive, perhaps. I mean, those are really the two options you have for Control.
I mean, really, if you want to be spicy, you ban a speedy support character and, force the enemy team to play a backline that runs in, I guess, the same, like, in a very expected backline composition, right? No more figuring out if it's Kirilusho or Juno Brig. It's going to be one of them, but no, we have... This is insanity. As someone who rarely sees BAP being played, okay, even in my comp games when I used to play comp, don't ask when that last was, BAP is rarely a character that's played. So the fact that we have Atlas banning out this Baptiste just means they have a general idea of what Florida they them want to run for a support line. It's either that or they are protecting a support line or composition that they want to play, and BAP is a pretty decent, safe ban to pick if you're not sure what type of Lucio flex support type of composition they're running.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Baptiste, even when we see him, tends to be on your hybrids, your escorts, anything but control. So that feels like either an extreme target or an obvious protection ban out here. Either way, Florida, they then ban out the Ramatra. So again, if you're running that Brawl, that Rush composition here, Ramatra is one of the mainstay tanks of that particular style of play. So look to see a lot of Orisa being played is really what that's indicating to me, that that's your main option coming into this one here. Also, plenty of Junker Queen is available to you. But of course, if one team runs out on the Queen, the other team running the Orisa, that Queen is often going to have a really tough time playing into all that CC that the Orisa has to offer.
Exactly. And so let's take a look at these teams as we prepare to get into these maps. Our first lineup is Atlas Kesoku, the more likely team, to be favored in this matchup, just showing from that winner's final score line. You have the DPS line of Pink Raven and Anastology, and one of my favorite names to say, because let's be real, is a very something that shows our age. Yes, it's XX Edgy Mom XX. We are saying the XX as your tank line. And finally, Shango and Silsey as your backline, who they are a formidable backline and know how to keep themselves alive while still getting value for the team.
Yeah, quite a very storied team here, very capable, and they certainly have showed themselves to great effect here in the Masters Division. But looking at our second team playing here, the true underdogs coming in to this one here, Florida, they, them. We have Luau and Asuka Locke are going to be on your DPS line. Iridescent will be holding down the fort on tank. And you've got Brigitte Sucks fantastically, and Pizza Bagel for your back line here, rounding things out. I would not expect to see a lot of Brig out from Brigitte Sucks, or maybe, again, it's a little bit of reverse psychology here, but certainly not on this first map coming in, as Lucio really feels like it's going to be the name of the game coming into Lijiang Tower.
You're already taking a look at what the bans are, and the fact that Lucio was not banned already at least indicates that Brigitte Sucks is playing this current map of Lijiang Tower. So we are going to at least see what they plan to run out for composition. I will not be surprised if one team leans in more to a Kirilusho type of style, or if the other runs a Juno Brig. One way or another, we're going to expect at least somewhat of a matchup that will be interesting and potentially not a mirror in itself.
Yeah, we're seeing these teams, at least in their hovers, sort of indicating that they want to run different variations on this particular sort of rush style composition here. So, often coming into these matches, the thing you want to most pay attention to is which team is forced to play the other's game here. If one of them is able to sort of decide the tempo for it, and often it is, these Orisa comps, because she's just so dominant and so intractable, it feels like, in a lot of these compositions, that's really hard for any other tank to break them down. And certainly without a Ramantra to really put in that work, if Iridescent decides to run on this Junker Queen, she's going to have her work cut out for her.
Exactly. And, if you're playing an Orisa into that Junker Queen, definitely the Junker Queen is the less favored in that matchup. So I wonder if there's something on the back sleeve of Florida They Them, if they decide that, they do want to roll out with this Junker Queen and might not get as much value from it if Atlas decides to play an a Orisa. So we are yet to see, but no, it looks like they're going for a matchup of Orisas, but this backline has me going, Luau on a Mei, not too surprised on that one. Have seen Luau play in other tournaments and has been playing that Mei character. Now the Moira type of gameplay, that's interesting. You're pretty much deciding between long overtime sustain or really just in your face going in already.
Yeah, Pizza Bagel and Brigitte on this backline, that Moira Lucio, I mean, that is an old comp if ever I've seen one, but it certainly checks out for now as Florida They Them are able to roll directly over Atlas Kasoku here on the objective. And just that first initial kill is really all that they're able to get to their name here, as Edgymom is the only one left alive on the objective for Atlas, and they're just going to be taken down immediately as she goes. Sent back to spawn quickly there as Iridescent on this Orisa. Maybe not exactly what Atlas expected coming out the gate.
Not, but I think what they might not have expected more is the type of backline that's being run. But let's be honest, if you ban out the Baptiste and Brigitte Sucks only knows how to play Lucio and will refuse to play Brig, you're already pretty limiting them onto their support line. So this Moira pick is what's throwing them off.
Yeah, certainly. And rolling through here, you've got Edgymom still trying to maintain control over the control room here on Control Center. So much control being had here. But Anastasia and Pink Raven are able to get some kills here, and Edgymom contributes to that as well. So despite being on the back foot coming into that first fight, really Atlas just holding down strong and powering directly over Florida They Them on their aggression. And now they're in the position they want to be. They have ultimates coming online, and they're ready to hold the door here against Florida They Them.
Walls that will just make that more easy to do. So already dropping very low as Askalok, but you have a Coalescence. That's probably going to be your go signal to enter in and brawl this out, and that's exactly what is happening.
Oh, Coalescence comes through, but a Javelin takes Pizza Bagel out of it. Unfortunately, not able to get any value whatsoever as she falls back with the rest of the team. And, if they're not lucky, getting sent back to spawn here, quick, smart, with ults to spare, spending only one in that fight, really getting nothing for their value. And Atlas Kesuku, they spent 2, yes, but they're still ticking up percentage here pretty comfortably.
So if you're Florida They Them, you're just going in with one of these other ultimates, and already Pizza Bagel building up towards halfway of the Coalescence means they're going to have it back, so they're just going to tempo beat into this double support ultimate from Atlas.
Yeah, Askalok letting loose with that overclock, doing so much work here, taking Silsey out, Pink Raven to fall soon afterwards does mean that they're really not going to have a lot of sustain on the backside. Yeah, without anybody else left alive on the side of Atlas Ketsuku. Florida They Them, they had everything they needed to break that one wide open. They didn't spend everything, but they did have to spend quite a lot to make that one go their way.
I think you had to spend quite a lot when Atlas had double support ultimates. So you're going into this next fight with that Terra Surge of Iridescent with no ultimates to deny it. So you're going to have to rely on maybe that speed ring to kite everyone out or to sustain through it, because there's nothing else you can probably deal with this, Terra Surge, unless maybe walling it off if Pink Raven can get a decent wall.
Yeah, Florida have to know that Atlas also spent heavily in that fight, and of course being on the losing end means they really did not get a whole ton of value. That Terra Surge, devastating, as you point out. Askalok and Iridescent combining for so much devastation onto Atlas Ketsuku here, who now find themselves facing down the barrel of what could be the last team fight coming into this next one. And Florida They Them, they're starting to look comfortable here as Pizza Bagel has built that other Coalescence. Luau and Askalok are both building up towards another ultimate of their own.
if you're Pizza Bagel, your goal is to keep yourself away from the Terra Surge of XX Edgimon XX, because you want that coalescence to keep you up, or your team up, or whoever gets pulled in. But they're opting to push it early and deny the push of this team.
Oh, instant kill onto Pink Raven, who goes for the Blizzard, and unfortunately no one really around to get frozen up by it at that point. Just excellent timing out from Florida They Them, as Askalok takes another kill out there, and Brigitte sucks as well, taking Silsy down on the back end of it here. Edgimon, unfortunately, just a little bit too edgy for this one here, as Florida They Them, despite, having a bit of a downswing in the center portion of the map here, came out strong and finished even stronger here, as Atlas Kesuku, I mean, they've got to be reeling a bit from that first round.
I think if you're Atlas Keisuke, now that you know that Florida They Them are running out with a Moira type of composition with their Orisa, if you decide to stick with that Orisa matchup, you're definitely going to have to play things a bit slower. But already we're seeing some swaps coming in because we are headed to Gardens, and Gardens just plays inherently differently from a map like Control Center or even Night Market. It's less brawlier, it seems like more akin to like a dive, and the compositions are already showing it with... Already you could see from that previous fight, Silsy was the only one who had gotten a perk throughout all of that. So already some changes going in, and already some picks.
Yeah, just getting a chance to look at the stack card from that last round, so much more on the side of Florida They Them coming out of that last one there. I think 3 of the team members only died once the entire round, which is kind of insane here. But Atlas Kesuku rolling out on this Sombra and Pharah composition with Edgimon on that Diva, trying to mitigate anything from the opposing side, as Askalok has been allowed to reign supreme that previous round. But Iridescent is there on that Winston, sniping oh my god, my mouth is not working here. Anastology out of the air with that one, but Silsy and Pink Raven falling in quick fashion, and shortly thereafter, as Florida They Them roll entirely forwards here on a different comp, essentially fully, with the exception of Askalok on that Sojourn, and Brigitte sucks on the Lucio here, but making this look just as comfortable as they did the rush.
Exactly, and you can see Atlas is changing it up in response to that, realizing that the amount of shield protection you may need to deal with, a Sojourn railgun and the flanks would be so helpful. But already Pink Raven getting themselves set up and flanking, but might be a bit too late now that Edgimon is down.
Yeah, Edgimon on the Winston mirror, but gets immediately melted. But Anastology is in the sky, raining down so much destruction onto Florida They Them, and not really able to heal through it, especially with the Lucio out of the mix now. Pizza Bagel, the only one left alive, but she's not going to be able to keep everyone up on her own, as Iridescent falls as well, with Silsy getting the confirming kill onto that one. Atlas Kesuku seem to have finally found a speed at which they're comfortable running this composition here. Essentially a mirrored dive with everything else different but the Winston, and they finally get themselves control.
I think your slight problem if you're Florida They Them is you need someone else to be watching this far. It's not just your Sojourn's job at this point, as much as Pink Raven is in. Someone should have seen that, should have started scouting, manages to get away alive, which is crazy. But Florida They Them have 2 DPS ultimates and opened up with a Sojourn ultimate on Bridge. No, that's on White.
Yeah, coming directly through the White Room there, build up to the full 150. Oh, goes for the barrage, but crucially gets taken down before she can even get the benefit from it there, as Anastology sent back to spawn, as Brigitte sucks, able to kill Chango out, and that one lets loose with the sound barrier coming through as well at the same time as the Kitsune Rush. Ultimate's being spent heavily here for Florida They Them, but they really need to swing momentum back in their favor, and they do just that, as Askalok on the back of that overclock is able to get some further kills to clinch out the fight. Anastology, decides to think better coming back in, wants to reset with the rest of the team.
And I think that's a good reset, because you're going into this next fight, 4 ultimates on the board. Florida They Them having to use 3 of those just to get the point back in their favor means they only have a Pulse Bomb and a Primal. The Primal's there to sustain, but that's easily melted by, potentially a barrage. But what gets melted instead is a rail to the head from Askalok locking on to Pink Raven.
Yeah, Pink Raven not able to get anything with that EMP just yet, but though will have it coming into this next fight here. But Florida They Them, they know they buy themselves plenty of time keeping that time bomb that is the EMP. Oh, speaking of bombs, Silsy as one to deliver to the team, as Luau does land that pulse bomb, but unfortunately too much damage coming out from Atlas Kesuku here, as you've got both DPS ults landing directly onto the heads of Florida They Them, and Pink Raven able to clinch up some of those kills. Chango falling dangerously low. They're not able to get out with their life here, as Iridescent does get that final Winston tickle onto them, sending them back, packing here as for they them. I mean, the point was flipped in Atlas Ketsuku's favor, but who knows for how long it's actually going to last here. Nostalgia gets boots on the point, but gets sent quickly out of it just as fast here. The Primal Rage does come through from Edgymom, so able to stall this for a few moments long here, but the focus fire from Florida they them looks to be just too strong here. The point is finally being flipped back into their favor as no more percentage being ticked up for Atlas Ketsuku. Florida they them are able to clinch with another overclock coming out from Asukalok. They have been absolutely devastating with this railgun all map long here. Askalok and Iridescent just clinching out the rest of it here. Brigitte sucks taking a dive off the map in celebration. Florida they them take their first map off of Atlas Ketsuku this entire playoffs, and they will put themselves in pole position for the series.
Yep, and if that's already setting the tone of this match up, it looks like it might be a battle of wits, a battle of back and forth, and bans, because already you're seeing the value of the bans for some of these players. I think maybe that Ramatra might have been something that Atlas prefers to play more in something like Lijiang Towers. So, you know, for Florida they them, you're taking this first map win because that's the first map you've won against Atlas for this tournament. So great job to them. And let's just say that Asuka lock on that Sojourn just locking onto the heads of everyone is terrifying.
Yeah, just absolutely devastating. Those 150 charge rail shots during overclock. I mean, it's so dangerous out there on the field for everyone. You know, whether headshot or body shot, that could easily take out a squishier target without any trouble. So excellent play there, and excellent variation of the compositions. Like we said, apart from that Sojourn, which Askalok decided to stick with, pretty varied in terms, of course, the Lucio as well, that Brigitte Sucks enjoyed running, but seeing that they could run just as easily on that Brawl as well as the dive coming through onto Gardens here, which probably does not really put Atlas Ketsuku in a confident state of mind right now. They probably had a strong sense of how cleanly they were able to win this matchup here, considering they haven't taken a map loss all playoffs long. But yeah, just not able to get enough done here, despite some heroics, despite, you know, a good read, I think, on the compositions. They were able to switch. Once Edgymom got over to that Winston mirror, they started to fare a little bit better on Gardens, but it just wasn't enough there, and the tempo was just so much in Florida they them's favor the entire time that, like, they really couldn't be stopped once they got moving.
Exactly, but hey, if you are Atlas, you at least have this next pick for a hybrid map, and the options for hybrid, if you want to play that Ramatra, which should be back in the field, you're most likely going to be picking a map like Midtown. Probably the most plat out of all the options in the pool, right? The other options are Eichenwald, Hollywood, Paraiso, Midtown. If you want to brawl it out, you're best favored on something like Midtown.
Yeah, and certainly, of course, you do have the Pride Month buff for everybody, of course, on Midtown, so that is a factor to consider for Atlas coming into this next map here. But yeah, we're going to play an entirely different style of game on Hybrid coming into it here, no matter which map we go to. So, you know, really curious to see how Atlas want to take this with as good as Florida they them looked on both Brawl and on this more dive option. You know, it played a bit brawly, has to be said, but like, still, there were a lot of, you can't really have a Winston in a composition and not call it at least some flavor of dive. That just does not compute, does not make sense there. So it is a version of it, but yeah, I don't know exactly what you want to do. I mean, the Ramatra clearly might be something that really plays to their strengths on the side of Atlas, so having that back in the mix here could very much play to their strengths, but also, you know, the Baptiste is back in, which plays a lot more consistently on Hybrid than you would expect to on Control, to be sure.
No, I agree with you on Baptiste being more consistent on a hybrid map. So now we get to find out what map we are headed to, and lo and behold, we are not going to Midtown. We are going to Eichenwald, which I think you are expecting some form of dive and more of a traditional form of dive. Should you play Brawl, it's more calculated on how to take the fights. And I think one of the benefits of playing Eichenwald is if you have a team that prefers to do poke from different angles, it is one of the stronger maps to do so, right? You have a lot of that high ground. You could play that low, like a split of a couple on high ground, a couple on low ground. I think one way or another, especially that second point of Eichenwald, clearing castle is such an important task. But what's also important is figuring out what characters to ban to make sure that, you know, for Atlas, they get the best outcome in this matchup.
Yeah, they are in the driver's seat this time, deciding exactly what they want to occur coming in to Eichenwald here. Taking it to Eichenwald honestly feels like it has to be a confidence pick here for Atlas Kaizoku, because based on what we saw from Florida They Them on Lijiang Tower, I imagine that compositionally they got to feel pretty good about going to Eichenwald. So I'm expecting Atlas to have a preset strat in mind coming in here to Eichenwald. Otherwise, feels like you're really kind of teeing up Florida They Them to really have an absolute barn burner of a map for them here. So this ban is going to be hugely indicative of exactly, you know, what their angle is and what they feel the biggest pain point is on their opposition. It turns out, yep, it is going to be the Sojourn. That is not a surprise whatsoever here, Thor. That feels like the most obvious thing you want to get out of Askalok's hands. They were so devastating with it the entirety of Lijiang Tower, both stages. So that is a solid ban, a good read of the situation, and I'm curious to see what the alternative is going to be for Florida They Them.
I think if you're Florida They Them, you might want to force this Atlas to play a specific type of backline. Might be one of them. If you want to keep Brigade Sucks in, you could force out the Juno, force out the Brig. One way or another, I think maybe forcing out a Juno might be much more beneficial. But we are here to wait and see, and as this question mark turns into the actual ban, we have to just wait and see. But dun, dun, dun. Hey, we are still waiting.
Yeah, I certainly would expect to see. I completely agree with you. I think that it would be most likely for them to do a support ban here. And in fact, they do just that. Look at that. Brigitte has been banned, so Brigitte Sucks may ride yet again high on not having to play that particular player here, should that be of her interest. So no Sojourn, no Brigitte coming in to this map here. So that Juno Brig backline that you see so often these days, not going to be an option for either team here. So honestly, a lot of speed is very much still viable here. Lucio or Juno is very possible to run. Baptiste also has plenty of room to shine on this map, especially on defense, when you can really bunker down around these long sightlines you get on points A and B. And on point C, it does kind of brawl out. It does kind of get insane, but those immortality fields can be life-saving.
I think with the Brig ban, what ends up happening is you might see some form of a double flex support kind of setup, but already some substitutions coming in the way. CB is stepping in for, I think it was Anastology for Atlas, so maybe this might change things up for them, and they might have a specific strategy in mind, especially now that, you know, Askalok is no longer going to be able to play the Sojourn for the team.
Yeah, you know that Sojourn is not going to be in the mix here, so you're able to plan around that more effectively there. So yeah, having CB in might be a bit more of a pocket strat, or again, as Control plays so differently from most other map types here, this just might be more of the usual fare for the side of Atlas Kesuku here. We do have Chango still on the defense, yeah, going for that Lucio at Kiriko alongside Silsi for that backline. A very solid combination amongst themselves. Ejimom back here on this Orisa, which of course we've seen that she really did favor coming into Lijiang Tower, so I'm sure she's very comfortable, very glad to be back on that here initially on defense. CB here on the Freya, able to put in so much damage, especially at altitude. So without that Sojourn to get, you know, sort of those instant rail, you know, hit scan shots onto a flying Freya, I expect this Freya to be super unleashed. And Pink Raven here on the Mei to really lock off all of these choke points coming in.
Already, some damage being put in by Silsey allows for this charge to be built up, but already Florida Daydam jumping in with a Tracer Echo composition, double flex DPS kind of set up, and I think it's supposed to just allow for more damage to just melt this Orisa or even the backline for them, forcing them out right away.
Yeah, both these tanks are getting found out so early in these fights here, eating a ton of damage, so just gaining so much ult charge for their supports to really build up faster and faster here. But Edgymom and Iridescent are both having to play a little bit more carefully here, just losing their armor so quickly in these fights. CB hunting around as Askalok, who is even more annoying perhaps on this Tracer than they were on that Sojourn. No less deadly despite having a different hero to their name. But Iridescent gets taken down first in this fight here. So what are they then? They're sent packing quickly once the actual point gets stepped on here. So yeah, no real benefit to be gained apart from a kill, parting one on to CB. So she'll have to come back, take a little bit of time, but of course Freya moves so fast that it's really not much of a loss whatsoever here. So what are they then? Back to the drawing board. Brigitte Sucks does get a chase away kill onto Silsey, so we have to wait a few seconds more for that Kitsune Rush to be online.
There is a Pulse Bomb online, and it looks like already Askalok trying to bother those from touching so that everyone else on the team gets the value they need. Pulse Bomb attempted to get this made, does not get the value.
Brigitte Sucks build up towards that sound barrier, but just unable to spend it before being immediately blasted in the face. Iridescent and Luau combining for so much damage here. The copy from Luau onto that Freya is able to just launch in so much with those exploding bolts and just do so much damage onto the opposing side there. Really giving Atlas Kesuku a taste of their own medicine here. As this offense, I mean, after one stumbling point coming to the first fight, Florida Daydam able to clean this one up, and at 4.5 minutes, Thor, they're going to have quite the amount of time to push.
Yeah, but the second point Eichenwald is one of the more oppressive points, I think, to have to push through if you're an attacker. So I think with the ultimates Atlas have already built up, they should be able to stop this push from continuing to move forward, especially that Florida Daydam only have both support ultimates, but already Askalok doing so much bothering on the high ground that they're taking the trades.
Yeah, almost to a point where Atlas Kesuku might be feeling like they made a mistake betting the Sojourn instead of the Tracer here. But how could they possibly have known that Askalok was equally as lethal on this pick? A nice stagger kill onto Edgymom there. So without mech, without anything else, the Diva will be sent back to spawn. Crucially, Atlas Kesuku do have quite a few ults coming to this next one. But Florida Daydam, I mean, they're about to have a full 5-stack. So yeah, it's still looking a bit more on Florida's side.
But if you're Atlas, I think you're losing tempo because you're not really committing an ultimate. It seems like you're always on the back foot. So a lot of this has to be being a bit more aggressive, and a copy is committed by Luau in order to deal, and it's on a hazard.
Yeah, speaking of aggression, both Chango and Brigitte Sucks go with that sound barrier coming out. But unfortunately, the first kill does land on Askalok, gets it, but also in return as Silsey cleans up. And Edgymom is back on the hazard now, which is absolutely feasting on this Winston of Iridescent. And everyone on Florida Daydam sent packing in quick fashion here as Atlas. They've made a compositional swap here, and in this fight, the surprise factor won out.
Yep, I think this is a good swap to have if you are Atlas, because part of the problem that they are dealing with is the fact that Luau is here on this Echo, raining all these huge, massive sticky damage from the air, and nothing really to pressure them out when you're playing that Freya May type of composition, because you need to be landing shots on that Freya, and that's a bit harder to do.
Yeah, Iridescent taking CB down means that there's really no answer to Luau on this Echo in the skies here, and Askalok is able to run free, has a Pulse Bomb ready to use, but honestly, they might not need it coming into the end stages of this fight here, as everyone on Atlas just gets blown up. As Florida Daydam, I mean, they barely have to make any swaps at all whatsoever, and they feel like they've gotten a handle on this reverse comp on the defense here, so this poor May here, Pink Raven, just gets found out, sectioned off from everybody else here, and Askalok gets the finished kill onto it, holding on to this Pulse Bomb, hoping to stop this choke point here. Doesn't quite drop it. Oh, threatens to do so. Yeah, burns a little bit of cooldowns coming out of the enemy there. Does drop the Pulse Bomb. So much damage landing onto the side of Atlas here, and everyone on Florida Daydam is able to go into this tiny space here. Despite the Kitsune Rush on the ground, no one able to benefit from it on the side of Atlas here, as Florida Daydam rolling through. And I mean, honestly, we talked about how it might take a while to get through point B defense, but Florida, they've got 3 minutes coming to point C.
Plus, it's just inherently struggling to, I think, stabilize this one, and I think the Mei really isn't providing the value it needs in terms of what Florida is playing. But already, Edgy decides to drop this Hazard Rain, only forces out a beat, and that allows for Florida to lay them to continue pushing.
Yeah, really solid downpour, forcing out that beat, as you say, but yeah, just able to get one kill off the back of it, but Pizza Bagel is able to trade Kiriko for Kiriko getting kills here in this fight, as Luau does have the copy onto the Hazard, but unfortunately doesn't get a whole lot of value for their trouble here. Squawk about to have another Pulse Bomb online. Pizza Bagel gonna have the Kitsune Rush of her own, but on the side of Atlas Ketsuku, you gotta be breathing a sigh of relief coming into this one.
Yep, you do have your Blizzard and that High Noon, all space deniers, but I think the Blizzard is what's going to be the most impactful, especially if you can force out a Suzu from Pizza Bagel right away.
Point C, this is exactly where Mei wants to play. Pink Raven letting loose with the Blizzard does get the kill onto Pizza Bagel as that rush is rolling, so no one else able to get a huge amount of benefit from it here. Does fall down quickly though, as Escalok has let loose with that Pulse Bomb. Didn't see any kills coming from it, but clearly the damage laid down onto the team of Atlas at large was quite enough to be getting on with, and Florida they them rolling forward to the end points of Point C here. And we've got Edgymom here on this Hazard, unfortunately not able to get a whole lot done. Usually such a devourer of Winston's, but Iridescent has the entire team behind her here, and they have just not stepped their foot off the gas pedal coming in through Point C. You've got Luau beaming everybody down from on high, about to have another copy available to them here, but they might not even need it coming into the end stages of this fight. And yeah, just like that, with a minute 13 left on the clock, Florida they them will clinch out their run. And I mean, the ball is in Atlas Ketsuku's court. That is quite a tall order.
Yeah, it's a minute and 13, and I think if you're Atlas, that is still a feasible time to be able to match up to, but it's only feasible if you could put up a fight, and it's been looking like that is the struggle that they are having. A lot of this has been more of a tempo difference of sorts, wherein Florida, them really are just taking the space and know how much of the space they're allowed to take before they have to go back to whichever support is nearby them, because there have been a couple of times where Pizza Bagel was just on cart while, Askalok and Iridescent pushed up trying to get a few of those stagger kills. So there's a lot of coordination that's coming into play between this Tracer and Winston duo from Florida them, which Atlas Kesuko have been struggling to match up. So they're hoping that maybe playing it with this Winston might change things around and finally having maybe a Cassidy and the Echo of their own, because I think the Mei just wasn't playing it for them. Mei's really good if the enemy team is running another Brawl tank, but the moment that Brawl tank is gone, you kind of have to play the character a bit more differently if you want to stick with a Mei. A lot of it's just going to be map redesigning instead of just walling people out of things.
Yeah, once CV had swapped to this Cassidy on the defense, they really started to light things up a bit more effectively on the side of Atlas, but getting taken out early in this fight here, Luau does hand their opposite a return to spawn token. It is non-refundable, unfortunately, Pink Raven. You have to come back in this one on your own 2 feet, or wings in the case of Echo, as it may be here. But Florida, them rolling out in the same exact comp here, essentially on the defense, feeling comfortable on their roles here. As Atlas Kesuku, like you pointed out, I mean, having this Echo and Cassidy is a solid comp in theory, but unfortunately, they're just getting so bodied here the second they step into the choke point, as Iridescent is able to bop Pink Raven back to spawn, who has really not had a chance to really take her wing here at any point. Edgymom, though, is in the backline and has single-handedly, it seems, oh, just kidding, has rolled with the entire rest of her backline, taken out the supports on the side of Florida them there. So without that, I mean, there's really no more sustain to be had. So what looked like a losing fight for Atlas Kesuku just got turned around by the death ball that is the tank and supports.
I think the moment Pizza Bagel had died in that fight, it looked like it was a dire situation, because Iridescent now just had enough healing with the Lucio that the catch was when you have Edgymom and Chango just diving on your Lucio, you're not really surviving as much, but oh my gosh, dropping to 2-digit HP and gone is Edgymom. That's how much value Echo Stickies can do.
Yeah, just absolutely obliterating the stickies alongside the beam. There's really nothing you can do as a tank, even with as massive a hill pull as that. The execute factor is just so devastating. So on their defensive hold, Florida They Them really making themselves shine and really putting the difference between these two teams, whereas the defense of Atlas Kesaku really did not have this much sticking power on point B. But Florida They Them, they decided to hold the gate.
Sticky pulse bomb available for Askalon, and it's trying to force out a Suzu from Silsey because that's going to just deny the value of a pulse bomb. So already forcing out other cooldowns is, this team onto Edgymom.
I mean, burning cooldowns, Edgymom steps foot onto the high ground and just gets annihilated by Florida They Them. And now there's two Winstons rolling on the red team here, coming out as Luau decided they also want to monkey around just a little bit here. Going with the Primal Rage, built up so fast by that Echo ultimate, and just able to dunk on their opposite there. Pink Raven is still, I believe, building up towards her first of these Echo copies here. Has really been not able to get a ton of value at all out of this hero. Luau sitting pretty as Askalok is ready with this pulse bomb.
Yep, I think a lot of it is just the aerial control, but hindered is this Askalok, but manages to get away with their life, so there is no hinder to stop this dive from Florida They Them, and they're just capitalizing on that mistake.
Luau just knows every move that Pink Raven is going to make on this Echo. Just no chance at all for her to even really make a play here. Yeah, with Askalok and Luau just dive bombing the rest of the team as Iridescent lands directly on top of their heads. I mean, what really at this point can Atlas Kesaku do? The high ground is Florida They Them's. The choke points belong to Florida. There really seems to be nowhere for them to attack without having everything just thrown at their heads, but they do have some ults coming into this next fight.
If you're Atlas, you now finally have this copy, and if you're Pink Raven, I think if you can get your Echo counterpart, that would be great, because this makes this next engagement so much more feasible, and it's forced to use it as a Kiriko, trying to keep everyone else up.
All right, that was an excellent first execution on to her opposite there. Luau sent back to spawn, but Iridescent does get the better of Chango in the backline, so not really able to have any speed available to the side of Atlas Kesaku here, as we have just burned so much time off this clock. Pink Raven is back in the fight, still doing so much work here, taking Brigitte out, and Askalok falling as well in quick fashion. Pizza Bagel as well. Yeah, with that, Atlas Kesaku finally cracked this defense open here. They are making their offense roll directly through Florida They Them, rolling under the bridge here and onto the last straightaway coming into the end of point B.
If I can give credit to Iridescent for that situation, was really sticking to, hey, I want this Echo down no matter what, and ignoring the fact that they were just dropping HP bars. But what is dropping HP bars is a couple of players from Atlas, specifically Silsey on that Kiriko.
Yeah, Iridescent finding the finish onto that one, but clearly between the pincer maneuver of this Echo and Tracer alongside the Winston, it's really a triple kill no matter any time any one of these is found in the kill feed there. There's just so much damage coming through by the immediate synergies being had by these three heroes here, being piloted at extremely high levels by these three players. And of course, at this fight, as the pendulum swings, we're going to have three ults available. The Pulse Bomb does kill Pink Raven, but posthumously for Askalok falls down for their trouble here, but without that Echo, there's so little presence to be felt in the skies on the side of Atlas Kesaku here, and so much execute damage falling through, but falling lower and lower is Luau. Has to play so carefully, but unfortunately there's just nowhere for them to stick their little floating feet at the end of the day here. But Brigitte is back in the fight, and with that Lucio goes so much damage, so much potential with those poops. We're down to a single minute on Atlas's offense.
If you're Atlas, you're opening this next fight with that Kiriko rush. You want CB to build towards ultimate. You want Pink Raven to build towards the ultimates. And I think that is going to be your plan. But part of it is dislodging this team of Florida They Them from the high ground, who have it completely in their control that just allows them to drop. So I think part of the play is having someone contest card to make someone else aware, and it happens to be the Winston of Edgymom.
Yeah, going for that copy, Luau immediately onto that Winston yet again. We've got two of them on the board once more for Florida They Them, and it turns out two might be a little bit overkill here as we have the Primal Rage out from Edgymom at the end of this fight. Oh, you might have wanted to hold that for one last-ditch effort here, but unfortunately, yeah, that is not going to be a tool in the belt. Perhaps she'll be coming back on something else to get a touch, but yeah, staggered out at the end of that fight. We are down to 10 seconds left for Atlas Kesaku coming into this one here as Luau gets the execution kill onto Edgymom, just barely only going to be respawned by the time we clinch this one up here, potentially going up 2-0 in the series, and there's no one able to touch the point. Pink Raven not able to get there in time. In Florida, they them hold the door against Atlas Ketsuko here. You know, despite finishing the map with just enough time to make it look achievable for Atlas Ketsuko, Florida, they them do not even allow their opposition, their former victors in the last time they faced off against each other, do not even allow them the grace of getting point B finish. No castle sight for you, unfortunately, and just excellent play here being had on the defense and on the offense as well for Florida, they them.
And for Atlas Ketsuko, this has to be a mental game at this point. They know they've beaten Florida, they, them, and you know, that winner finals. They know they can do it. And right now, their backs are against the wall as they have to turn things around on what is going to be our Flashpoint map. But before we can even head there, we are definitely going to that short break for, you know, maybe for Atlas Ketsuko to get their bearings and maybe to calm the nerves down, because they can definitely match up to them if the scoreline from the previous matches have anything to say. So for those watching, don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Got lots of love. 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 Got lots of love.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. All my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. All my
Welcome back, folks, to the Masters Grand Finals of Kunoichi Karnival here. We are in potentially dire straits for Atlas Ketsuku as Florida They/Them have really flipped the script on this team who's been so far undefeated coming in, not even dropped a map in the playoffs here. But yes, we do have Florida They/Them potentially at series point about to take it all unless we get a reverse sweep out of Atlas Ketsuku.
I mean, reverse sweeps are, a stuff for players' dreams if you're on the losing end, right? For us viewers and even casters, it makes for exciting Overwatch, but that is something we have first to see, as we already at least know what our third map is. Not our first map after the break. Okay, let's be clear. Our first map after the break, but our third map for this matchup. Yes, we are heading to Suravasa as our Flashpoint map, which seems to be the go-to of most teams. Not a lot of teams preferring to go to New Junk City, because let's be clear, we only have 2 Flashpoint maps. Blizzard, please give me more Flashpoint maps. But Suravasa, definitely a go-to for most teams, and with good reason. I think it's one of the more flexible maps between, the 2 options, allowing for different types of compositions, and I think it's more grounded one way or another.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think it really plays to what Atlas Ketsuku are trying to run in these comps here. They really want to play these more brawly, these more rush comps. They want to be on Orisa and really nothing else at that point. Orisa and Ram would be delicious for them. Clearly, Edgibomb favors that coming into this, which is why I was kind of scratching my head when they took us to Eichenwald on our hybrid map, because that really is such the high ground hybrid style. But yeah, coming into this next one here, high ground is much less of a factor, except for, a little bit idiosyncrasies you'll find on some of these points here on Suravasa. This is all about getting to the point fast, doing a bunch of damage, and then ticking that up as fast as you can. Potential of going to 5 points here, though, so it's really going to be an endurance game for both these teams to see if they can outlast their opponent. And if we can have Atlas Ketsuku on their own playstyle, if they can ban the right heroes, they just might be able to make this one work. Or if Florida They/Them are going to pull the absolute hero's journey here and 3-0 the victor of their previous matchup.
Exactly, but already we are going to see what Atlas plan to ban, and I don't think it's going to be a support this time, unlike their previous choices, because they want to keep their options open, and that's exactly what they are doing, keeping their support options open and making sure that Florida They/Them are not able to play that Junker Queen, because Junker Queen at least gets to see more appearances on Flashpoint maps. So this Junker Queen ban makes sense, especially if as we have access to it, a very quick look at what the most played hero is for Iridescent, and it happens to be Junker Queen. So this is something that should at least nerf Florida They/Them just a bit as we enter into Flashpoint.
Yeah, certainly getting the favored, tank pick of Iridescent off the board is a massive win for Atlas. But I mean, it feels like just with the amount of synergy between all members of the team of Florida They/Them, especially with the devastating capacity that both Luau and the other DPS player's name is blanking on for a second here, but yes, Askalak was doing so well this entire time here, not just on the Sojourn, but also on the Tracer. So, it really feels like there's no way of stopping this DPS line, so the best they can do is to hope to hamstring the team by removing the favorite tank.
Exactly. Now, Florida They/Them, though, have at least seen the impact that the Freya is able to do, and I think this is still a safe ban no matter what, especially if you're unsure what character to ban exactly, because if I'm at least Florida They/Them, I would not want to ban characters that my players are able to do very well in, even though the enemy has players who are able to play it just as well. So this Freya ban really is enough to at least cause some problems to Atlas. We did see CB coming in to play that Freya, so will that change who is playing for a given map? We're not too sure just yet. But if there's one thing, it's out of the game, and that means that any of those electric shocks are also out of the game.
Yes, no chance to have Freya in this. And again, just exactly as you say, Thor, I think that on the side of Florida they do not really have any interest in playing this Freya game that has been all the rage since, of course, she was released last season here, but has indeed, with some slight nerfs, fallen off a bit in a lot of regards. So teams are no longer forced to run it, so any chance you have to ban her out does feel like a solid win for your roster. But also has to be said that apart from, you know, some momentary picks there, from what we've seen out of Florida they have looked comfortable on whatever variation of these comps they've run so far, as we see our friendly crocodile there swimming through as Suravasa. We've got to have the mandatory pigeon cam, of course, a requisite part of the journey here. Just sort of getting our bird's eye view through viewing the eyes of these birds here. But as we're about to roll out, we've got Atlas Kesuku on this Orisa composition here, and Florida they-them, Iridescent sticking on the Winston.
I think this might be a slightly painful matchup for Florida they-them, especially if Iridescent stays on this Winston into an Orisa. So I'm not going to be surprised if this devolves into a Orisa mirror down the line. But already you can see compositional differences. This is completely different. So this is a matter of, you know, who has the better composition to sustain, and right now it is going to be Atlas.
Yeah, that Lucio Kiriko backline has been the absolute backbone of Florida they-them so far, even though they don't show up the kill feed quite as much as everyone else. But unfortunately now at this point, Luau getting taken down, that Genji not able to do much against the oppression that the Orisa is able to put out. Edgimon piloting to great effect there, as Pink Raven still on this Mei that she's been favoring so much here. CB on the Sojourn of her own, so despite not having Askalok on side of Florida they-them, Atlas Kesuku make it look pretty comfortable. And yeah, compositionally, I fully agree. Florida they-them are kind of at a disadvantage here coming into this, so we'll see if they make any swaps or if they stick with it.
Problem is you're running into a Orisa Mei, and the Mei in itself, as long as Pink Raven sticks close to the Orisa or even maybe the supports, you're denying any value from this dive really, because you also have the Brig with them. And already you can see it, Pizza Bagel taken out, no source of healing for Iridescent to stay alive, and they're just chasing after the supports, which is the gameplay. Ignore the monkey, you just need the supports down and, you know, the squishies, because Iridescent can't survive on their own.
Yeah, Edgimon has had quite enough of this Winston gameplay here. It's decided to simply run down, holding WM1 all day long, managing that heat control expertly here. But yeah, between the Mei and the Orisa, as you called out there, Thor, there's really not a whole lot for Florida they-them to be able to work around here, unfortunately. There's only so much that Luau can do. Deflect really has nothing to do against Mei's primary fire here. And Iridescent, I mean, can try and tickle that Orisa all she wants, but Edgimon is just able to walk through, just holding forward there. And that flashpoint essentially goes entirely unremarked upon by Florida they-them. They only got foot on the objective at the very start. Other than that, Atlas Kesuku held them at almost spawn the entire time. So now with the second point unlocked here, Atlas Kesuku are now very much in the lead, but having to eat a whole bunch of damage coming to this. But Chengo and Silsi, as a result of that, do have their ultimates coming into this fight, with Edgimon and Pink Raven having theirs as well. CB honestly is about to have an overclock of her own. So with that, Florida they-them are having to go first in this fight. Pizza Bagel has that Kitsune rush to go, and you do have to worry so much about Chango diving directly onto your faces. They have that rally rolling here alongside the orbital ray. So that's both support ultimates spent quickly here by Atlas Kesuku, but it has netted them first control of the point. We'll see. The fight is still ongoing here. As Florida they-them were only dislodged. They were not actually finished off, but now finally the kill has come through as Chango does get onto Luau. Luau falling down. That blade, unfortunately, not coming to very much at the end of the day here. CB, she's got that overclock ready to go. Might not need it. Would like to save it for a rainy day, and just will be able to do that very thing here as Brigitte goes down alongside Pizza Bagel and Iridescent and Atlas Kesuku. They spent heavy, but it was worth it at the end of the day. Florida they-them spent just as much.
Yep, and here's what I was going to call out, is I need Florida they-them to switch their composition right away. That Genji is not going to get any value, and that's exactly what is happening. Luau switching to the Echo means that CB isn't able to just directly poke damage in front of the front line. But, oh, there we go. This is a better composition. I like this mirror. But now Florida they-them are still at that ultimate deficit. They have nothing to deal with in this next engagement other than landing shots. And hey, Askolov has been locking heads.
Yeah, as you say, it would have been great to see them switch to this comp, halfway through the last round, but I suppose it is better late than never at this point. We still do have potentially a few more rounds to go on Suravasa here, as the point is flipped in Florida Day Them's favor. Kills being traded on either side of this fight here, as the Arisas fight for control over the objective. Iridescent Edgymom falling dangerously low on both sides here. Not a whole lot of healing being able to come through for either of these Arisas. You've got the May block coming out for Pink Raven, about to build up to the Blizzard, but unfortunately that'll have to be saved for a chillier day than this one here, as Iridescent back on this Orisa is showing herself very well into Atlas Kesaku. And Florida Day Them, yeah, they're not out of this one just yet.
That Iridescent Luau combo on the point, keeping things alive for Florida Day Them, was just masterful. It was magic, and what they do have now is at least a pulse bomb to start things off. And so now they're at some level of even footing in terms of ultimates. Pulse bomb goes a bit wide, but forces out 2 ultimates from Atlas as they continue to push in.
Yeah, they let loose with a third in quick fashion here, as we've got 3 rolling at once here. Chango does have this Brig rally coming out, and CB is just absolutely putting in so much damage on this Sojourn. Overclock and regular damage as it is, flipping the objective in her team's favor as it goes. But Pizza Bagel is able to get a couple kills on the back end of this fight. So Florida Day Them, yeah, finally will start to fall one by the wayside here. And despite some heroics here, despite a valiant effort returning to it, and finally switching comps to something that suits them a little bit more effectively here, with just the final dregs trickling in onto the objective here. The Terra Surge from Edgymom for good measure, but the beat through from Brigitte Sucks really wants to make a fight of this one. They are not out of this yet. Does get a body on the objective here, but unfortunately it looks as though Iridescent is just eating so much damage out from both the Brig and from the Orisa here, as they will finally bully everyone from Florida Day Them off the objective. Atlas Kesaku go up 2-0, putting themselves on map point.
Yep, and I think if you are Florida Day, then that is a superb stall, but also you forced out this orbital ray of Silsey, so now you have nothing really to deal with this overclock of Askalok. Now we see Beta Bagel switching back to this Mora, which has at least gotten them value back in Lijiang Tower on Control Center, so they're hoping they work their magic yet again on this character, and I think that is something that's feasible, and you can build ult just a bit more quickly. Already Askalok still with this Sojourn ultimate is looking for a timing and does that.
Yeah, Overclock rolling here, dumping so much damage into Edgymom on that Orisa, not able to withstand the pressure, has to back around the corner here. Pink Raven does get the better of Luau, so no chance to use that Pulse Bomb early on in this fight here. They are down a body on the side of Florida Day Them, as Atlas Kesaku now are able to roll forward, still with only, they're about to have DPS ults online, but CB is able to get the rail shot kills directly onto the back line. No chance at all for Florida Day Them after that one. Despite 16% on the board, yeah, Atlas Kesaku are looking like they are in the driver's seat here.
Yep, and a few more kills from the side of Atlas Kesaku means that it's going to be another while till Florida Day Them are able to contest point, because they're down their Orisa. They need time to get that back alive. And if you're Luau, I know you want to at least get a bit more damage onto the team, build up towards that pulse bomb, but right now you're just waiting for everyone else to regroup because you want to attack this at the same time, especially when you're at an ultimate deficit.
Askalok back on this Pharah here, trying to pepper in damage from above and afar if they can actually help it. Iridescent does get the kill though, yeah, so with Luau combined, just able to work together so perfectly no matter which hero these two, the DPS and tank player, are on here. And just absolutely burning down Iridescent on the side of Edgymom here, but not able to get a whole lot of value for it as she gets sent back to spawn herself. So with some ults ready to come into this next fight here, Florida Day Them and Atlas Kesaku have changed positions here essentially. This is Florida Day Them's last chance to make this objective their own and continue this map.
Yep, and looking for that Sojourn would be a great start, but no, they get stunned out instead. Now, if you're Florida Day Them, you're trying to at least sustain through this next engagement because you're at least slightly on the back end for ultimates, and you're hoping you get a stick, maybe with this Pulse Bomb, as they're already Luau looking for a stick, maybe on this Juno.
Shango drops the rally, but unfortunately doesn't get much from it, but a couple stuns. With that, Askalok and Luau are doing an absolute tag team destruction on the opposing side as Atlas Kesaku fall one by one, not even able to spend that Orisa Terra Surge in the lighting moments of that fight there. So Florida Day Them, they really held the door so perfectly at these narrow choke points, really identifying their win cons, and it's going to be barely a touch for Atlas.
I think if I am Atlas, this is going to be a risky play to touch, so you might as well go fight in the next point, and you only have like 2 other options on where the fight is to be taken. And I think the next area might lean slightly, at least map design wise, in the favor of Florida They Them, but with Luau trying to attempt a pulse bomb and hitting wide, doesn't really put Florida They Them in the best position. No ultimates to work with, whereas Atlas have 2, a Terra Surge and a Orbital Ray. You just need one of those to lock this point, or even none if you're able to.
Yeah, I'm curious to see Pizza Bagel getting a bit more value out of this Moira here on these tight corners of this particular objective. But yeah, with so much damage going through from the Orbital Ray, it is Shango and Edgimon able to combine for kills onto Iridescent and Pizza Bagel. Askalok takes a dive here, and Pink Raven cleaning up at the very end of it is going to be Atlas Kesuku maintaining control.
Yep. Now, if you are Florida They Them, you have Askalot with this Genji Blade. The only thing that most likely will deny it is possibly Pink Raven slowing them down with a primary and then the Terra Surge from Edgimon. But there is no support ultimate to sustain the theme through it or survive through it. So they're just going to Terra Surge first to try to make things easier.
Love this aggression out from Atlas here. They do lose Shango in the duel here to Askalok's Blade, but that is all the benefit that Florida They Them are able to get in this one here. Despite Loa flipping the point, that is going to provide a few moments of reprieve, and in fact gets the kill onto CB at the end of things here. So, I mean, I might have spoken a bit too soon. That Pulse Bomb, Loa, they've just not had any luck at all with the Pulse Bombs on this map here. Sorabasa just not been going their way. But the rest of Florida They Them is around, but getting taken so low as Edgimon has just not been able to be contested here on the objective. Finally, Iridescent is making herself known, but it's just really an indication of it at best. Not a whole lot more to be gained as she falls. Pizza Bagel as well goes off the edge. And Luau, despite starting this fight off here, is the last one alive. And they're going to have to beat a retreat and one more chance to crack this point open, or we're going to a map 4.
Florida They Them, you have at least that Terra Surge, so if you're Atlas, you're probably trying to build towards that Orbital Ray to sustain through it, while using most likely that Sojourn ultimate to open things up, try to get picks, but already Luau just going in, looking for this Juno, knowing that's the main target of importance.
Silty falling low gets taken down, but not before Pizza Bagel falls, and Iridescent soon after by the Cryo Freeze provided by that Mei block. Gotta watch out for that, and unfortunately, that is just the overclock running. Nothing more to be done on the side of Florida They Them. And just like that, blink and you miss it. The end of the map goes in Atlas Kesuku's favor. They are not out of this series yet. If the reverse sweep is to exist, it will start here. We are 2-1 in the series, still in favor of Florida They Them, but this is a sign of life desperately needed for Atlas.
Yep, it seems that Atlas has taken some control of their bearings and how to play against this style of gameplay from Florida They Them. But I think part of it also really was it took Florida They Them the third sub point to really say, hey, we need to switch our composition, and by then they really put themselves in the back foot and really put their ultimate economy in a weird situation. So that just put it in Atlas Kesuku's favor in the end. But hey, if you're Florida They Them, you have control of that next map. You get to pick which push map we are headed to, and your options are Esperanza, oh my gosh, I blame knock on wood for that one. Esperanza, New Queen Street, and Runasapi. So if you are a fan of Coliseo, none of that here. If for Florida, if you do not like Coliseo, great for you also. So hey, that's what they have going for them.
Yeah, they now have control over where we go next, but at this point, I mean, the push maps do play differently enough, it has to be said. If you want to go to the crazy high ground, low ground options that Runasapi provides for you, or the incredibly long sight lines you can find on Esperanza, so many options there to be had for sure. New Queen Street, I would be surprised to see either of these teams take us there. It's sort of the lesser favored map coming into the push map style here, but I'm really curious to see, how the mental game on the side of Florida They Them is maintained here. Are they going to fall by the wayside here as we just see Atlas Kesuku get stronger and stronger? Or are they going to fortify themselves much like an Orisa and find the courage to dig deep and put themselves, again, back in control? All they need is one more map here. If they can just win and clinch out Esperanza, which again, as you mentioned, this is their choice. They get to decide where to take us, and they have chosen this particular map for push. So yeah, they really want to favor, which probably feels like the diviest, I would say, of these push map styles. So again, really playing to their own strengths and trying to hamstring Atlas Kesuku as much as possible.
Yeah, so we are now at least entering into that ban phase of which heroes are going to get removed. Now, if I am Florida, they them, and I've already banned out a character like Brig to nerf the Juno Brig backline. Right, you've banned out Ram, so that's out of the question. You've banned out Freya, so I think at this point, if you really want to lock it in, and you are 100% sure on what type of composition that Atlas Kesuku loves to run, which is that Juno Brig backline, I might as well lock it in, bite the bullet, take the gamble, ban the Juno. Like, force this Atlas team to not play Juno Brig. And that might lean things slightly better in their favor. So hopefully, maybe that's what Florida they them plan to do.
Yeah, and of course, given the chance to protect both their Kiriko and their Lucio, of course, that would be massive for them, considering that is the backline they've been running for almost the entirety of the series here, barring some Moira shenanigans on both the first and third maps there. But honestly, the Kiriko, it was not the Kiriko's fault for getting caught out. Pizza Bagel was doing just fine. Just the rest of Atlas Keisuku knew to focus them first. But yeah, we do have the ban coming through, and Thor, psychic that you are, you call it. It is going to be the Juno ban out from Florida they them. So yeah, that Brig Juno backline has been fully disassembled by Florida they them over the course of this series here. That will not be an option coming into Esperanza. Going to have something else up the sleeves here of Atlas Keisuku.
Now, if I am Atlas Keisuku, let's take a look at the options on what we could ban. It's either a damage character or a tank. Now, you don't really... Banning a tank is a bit iffier if, you're already expecting... If you've already banned a tank that you're expecting the enemy team to play. So you're probably banning a DPS. That has caused you the most problems. And at least for Florida they them, we've seen them on the Echo, we've seen them on the Tracer. You can't ban Sojourn anymore. So they've opted to ban the other character that has been causing them problems, which is the Tracer, whether it is Luau on that Tracer or whether it is Askalok on that Tracer. Whichever DPS was playing, it was doing lots of work for Florida they them. So just removing the character out of play then forces these two players to kind of just lock it in, potentially in that Sojourn Echo type of DPS line, maybe roll out on the Mei if you are Luau. So that's something we have yet to see.
Yeah, I like you pointed out the Sojourn Echo possibility. I honestly think that would go very well for them, especially coming into what is a very vertical map for the most part here. All those bridge control, all those windows to peek from on Esperanza. And honestly, as crucial as the Tracer pick has been, and it makes a ton of sense for Atlas Keisuku to ban, I think that Winston would also have been an excellent choice here. Force Iridescent to play your game, because although honestly they might be kind of counting on that Winston, because it really was that tank pick that really allowed such strong early lead to be found for Atlas Keisuku on the previous map here. So perhaps they're counting on that. Perhaps they assume that with that Orisa being played and piloted to perfection by Edgymom, that they can just put that Winston in their place and just not have to worry about it whatsoever. And yeah, we see the hovers, Iridescent, unsurprisingly, on that Winston.
Iridescent seems to be a bit more comfortable playing a Winston composition, but I think part of the challenge is you already know you're going to struggle a bit, knowing that Atlas will be running out on an Orisa in any kind of brawl composition. So I wonder if this is a situation where we might see Florida they them switch off of a Winston right away just because of how much damage is being dealt into them. But hey, if you're Luau though, you don't have to worry about a Winston this time around. So the only thing you can't deflect is these Mei right clicks. Left clicks.
But as we harped on all series long, if there's going to be changes in the composition for the side of Florida, they need to do it quickly. They need to identify the problem and deal with it as soon as possible here. Otherwise, you risk falling into the trap of ult charge, and they do not want to be there. They do not want to find themselves in a map 5, as much as we would all love to see a bit more action between these two teams here. Edgymon falling low, but on the side of Florida, it is Luau being found first, Askalok falling shortly thereafter there. Iridescent, he just manages to put down a barrier, but that is going to be faint comfort here against the storm that is the Orisa of Edgymon powering forward onto the opposition here. Shango here on a Lucio of their own, seeing this backline mirrored on the side of Atlas Ketsuku here, able to play this Lucio Kiriko. Maybe not exactly what Florida they were expecting to run into.
No, but you already see the swaps on the side of Florida Luau going over to the Echo means they are, I guess, less susceptible to those the left clicks of Pink Raven on Mei. But hey, you have to still watch for the damage that CB should be able to put in on that Sojourn. Already they're looking for that Sojourn and to take them out.
Yes, CB falling down as Iridescent gets the finish off onto that one. Askalok there, so dangerous on the Sojourn. It's so good to see them back on this hero after such a performance they put on the very first map of the series here. Edgymon, though, does get the better of Brigade Sucks, so not going to have that Lucio ultimate in the fight here. As Iridescent does clean up Pink Raven, so kills being traded on either side, but Florida getting the benefit of it the further this fight goes on, and they will finally swing the bot in their favor, but a lot of distance already gained for Atlas Kesaku.
I think if you're Florida you're completely fine with the current situation. You've built towards both support ultimates. You're going to have Sojourn ult probably mid-fight. Atlas Kesaku will have 4, and they're probably opening up maybe with a Kiriko Rush Mirror on this high ground or on point, and then a Blizzard to layer on top of it.
Yep, just as you say, the Rush Mirror on the high ground there. A very fast Iridescent who is not able to, unfortunately, target many people as the sound barriers do come through from either side as well. Askalok falling alongside CB. It was really trade for trade, blow for blow being had here. Both Sojourns falling does mean that there's still 4 bodies left on either side, but the Blizzard out does cause Pizza Bagel to eat an icicle to the dome. With that, send all the way back to it. A frozen Pizza Bagel is not one you want to sink your teeth into here, as Iridescent leaps and falls directly onto Stiltsy there. The beam from Luau, but the copy is more important here as going for a different beam of their own to work with here with that Mei. The walls being sandwiched between here. You have Edgymon there sort of peeking in, trying to find out that Mei copy, and finally it does do so there. Just a terrifying scene as that Appa skin of the Orisa plowing forward and just launching so much damage into your face. Florida yeah, despite the efforts, they do have ults coming into this next one here, but Atlas Ketsuku are very much looking comfortable.
Yep, they're slowly rolling the card with already Edgymon dropping very low, forcing to back out, especially with Askalok committing this overclock, finding targets and allowing everyone else to continue pushing in, getting the few stragglers and trying to get this Orisa down, who's trying to retouch the point. Now, ultimates. Florida with still a primal, nothing else to their name. Atlas Kesaku, though, will have 3. They're going to have Overclock this next fight. They're going to have that Terra Surge. They're going to have Beat. So, really, if you're Florida, a lot of this is either splitting up slightly so this Terra Surge doesn't get as much value from Edgymon, but it's also denying the sight lines that CB most likely will be attacking from with this Overclock. And already, Angry Monkey in a tiny room, what else can we say?
Yeah, this is peak Winston gameplay here, folks. You've got Iridescent diving into all the squishier targets of Atlas Kesaku, but just eats so much damage again in a small space. You do not want to be around a Sojourn and a Mei, as well, honestly, as an Orisa, just able to launch in so much primary fire damage into your head. As CV does get the kill onto Iridescent there, that barrier does stand Atlas Kesaku in good stead, allowing them to sustain themselves around the bot here. And Florida able to get some distance, but unfortunately not near close enough to reach equality with Atlas Kesaku's push on the other side of things. Luau does get an execution onto Pink Raven at the end of this fight here, but it looks like they're still gonna have to wait for the rest of the team to join them. I say that as Luau has assassinated yet another member. CB taken down as well, and it looks like they are hungry for a third. Luau here, they have to be so careful, Atlas Kesaku, to be concerned about this Echo dropping onto their heads and assassinating, what's that, a 4K for Luau alone, and just swinging the bot back in their favor. Atlas Kesaku, they didn't even get a chance to see what hit them.
I think everyone just got lost in the sauce. Just forgot to look up that there's an echo that existed, didn't appear in the kill feed whatsoever, and that just means that Luau is so much closer to that copy. So you're going to have 4 ultimates in this next fight for Florida They/Them. For Atlas, you're going to have 3. This is going to be a rush v rush scenario yet again, but I think the copy should allow for a further sustain, hopefully if Luau decides to copy as support. But already you see Pizza Bagel committing a rush to keep things going as the butt hits the scratch.
Yeah, certainly have to be conscious of the fact that you're the only one spending the rush here. Might have expected to have Silsey answer on the opposing side, but no such luck there. Shango does go down though, which means you do not have any chance to build up towards that sound barrier. Edgymon falling dangerously low, tries to power forward for the Terra Surge, but just gets sent back to spawn for her trouble there as Brigade Sucks and Luau, along with Askalok, team up for so many kills in the feed. As for They/Them, they have done it. They have equaled and surpassed the push distance of Atlas Kesoku, who now have 3 ults, yes, coming into this fight here, but for They/Them, they did not spend more than they needed to. Only 2 in that last fight, with Askalok ready with this overclock here, ready to have such sight lines on Atlas Kesoku.
Yep, and I think with how much damage that Luau has been doing with these stickies, they're just going to build towards an ultimate yet again, and already is this Askalok locking in with a Sojourn Railgun.
Yeah, eats so much damage though, possibly even a couple headshots coming through there, but the sound barrier is enough to keep them alive as Brigade Sucks is very conscious of the waning health bars of the team, but Iridescent just falls so low, not able to benefit from that barrier before she's taken down, and also crucially not able to build up towards that primal rage of her own. So Brigade, yeah, just taken it down at the end of this fight here, so a little bit of resting on laurels here. Florida They/Them at the end of this fight, they know they lost, but they gained further distance here, and yeah, with that, it is going to be Atlas Kesoku still pushing forward.
There's a flanking echo.
Oh,
There's
good.
an echo in the back line of Atlas Kesoku. They lost sight of Luau yet again. So you're just going to get pincered with echo damage from behind, and already they're seeing the damage that's coming in. Askalok managing to get Pink Raven in the process. Luau's at 79% again.
I mean, excellent call there. They could not hear the gently hovering wings of Luau on that Echo, who's about to build up to yet another copy here as Iridescence, Pizza Bagel, Brigade Sucks are able to clinch out those kills there, but we know the lion's share of that damage. The true assassin is Luau in the skies there. Truly, absolutely massive value to be gained. We saw Edgymob, yeah, able to turn around and just a little bit too late identify the danger that Echo was presenting. But they're coming into this next fight with very little to their name, whereas Florida They/Them, the pendulum has swung, the economy is now in their favor.
Yep, this is going to be a rush opening up from Pizza Bagel, denied by the wall, and I think that's fine. You're now seeing a copy denying this May, hoping this Cryo isn't able to get the value it wants.
Yeah, they have loved to copy on to this May in particular, allowing so much environmental destabilization here with both the May wall and the ice block to stay alive a little bit longer there. And with everyone contributing on the side of Florida They/Them, check out the kill feed and those assists. Everyone is contributing to these destructions here. And at this point, Florida They/Them, this is house money. We are down to 1:30 left here, and they are just free pushing the barricade at this point. Atlas Kesoku, I mean, they are scrambling here. They do not know, they do not have an answer to this. Shango about to have this sound barrier and the Deadeye from CB might be enough to sustain, but Edgymom here with this Terra Surge has to be so careful not to get burned down.
With hearts all around, Askalok locking in with the Sojourn ultimate yet again, so it's forced out by at least Edgymom, who will have their ultimate, so at least sustaining through this and using an ultimate should be enough to stop this push.
Yeah, that beat out from Brigade Sucks was crucial to keep the team alive. Iridescent was down to a sliver of health before the overhealth came through. But with that, CB rolled forward. The Deadeye was enough to get a kill and then more besides. But you do have to worry about Iridescent and Edgymom still rolling around here as that Winston eating so much damage, but still able to land on your head for quite a chunk of it herself. And with that, we'll finally get taken down as Edgymom's still alive and kicking here. That Arisa able to section off and pin that Winston down any chance. And finally, Atlas Kesoku can breathe a very small sigh of relief.
Slightly small. Now they have 20 seconds left to, but it's essentially win all these next set of fights. So this is going to be part ultimate rotation, not using all of them for an engagement and not getting picked off as easily. So someone has to be monitoring where Luau is on this Echo, and already Luau taking out Pink Raven spells disaster for them.
You certainly hope it was not Pink Raven's job to keep track of the opposing Echo because, they're directly above us, I'm afraid. Right behind us, indeed. As the Terra Surge comes out from Edgymom, a last-ditch effort to try and siphon in the enemy team, but it's just not enough as the barrier goes down directly over her head. Iridescent is the one to win out the day as Ascalon gets the kill. Finally, Florida They Them have completed what seemed the impossible, taking not one, not two, but 3 entire maps off of the seemingly undefeatable Atlas Kesoku here, and proving to themselves that they can bleed, finally winning the entire series here, winning the grand finals. They will take it in 3-1 fashion.
Exactly. And, you know, looking at the initial matchup, right, a lot of people were thinking it would go the other way, but Florida They Them really locked themselves in from that prior 3-0 loss against Atlas and learned from it, turned things around, and picked the bans when they were most needed. I think forcing Atlas out of that Juno brig at critical moments really turned things around for them. So it's great jobs on the bans, and not just the bans, also just maybe in some situations the map pick.
Yeah, certainly very strategic in terms of where and when they chose to ban what, never really allowing Atlas Kesoku's composition to live fully fledged on any of these maps here. Really just taking away a piece here and there, and then just relying on the star power of their own roster, understanding the assignment coming into this exactly as much as necessary. They're able to find those pincers between Iridescent and her DPS line, as well as the consistent efforts of the supports to constantly be very conscious of where everyone is at all times, keeping them alive here. And folks, we are going to take a quick break here, but coming back in just a few moments, we're going to have an interview with the winners. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a second. Welcome back, folks. We are here with some of the winners of the grand final of the Masters Division here at Kunoichi Carnival. We have on the call, we've got Iridescent and Luau Victors on the side of Florida, they, them. Welcome to the call, folks. Just a couple of questions from us. Want to see how this went. First of all, I just want to know, how does it feel to best the team that sent you to the lower bracket earlier in this playoffs?
I mean, it's a really nice feeling. I have history with Atlas Kesiko. We played them in the Calling All Heroes Spring Split. They sent us to the lower bracket there. We had to fight our way back through grands, and we ended up losing. We lost to them in grands. So being able to do the same thing, but finally get my win against them, it's a cathartic experience.
Yeah. Does Luau have anything to add?
I don't have history with them, unlike Iridescent, but we did face them twice in the Swiss stage, I think it was, and they 2-0'd us 2 days ago, and they 3-0'd us yesterday, and it just feels like a gigantic weight to be taken off my chest, because I rest well knowing that we've beaten the people that beat us all the time.
Yep. Third time is the charm, it seems like, for you guys, at least in the Kunoichi tournament. Now, I have a very interesting question. I know you guys have a player named Brigitte Sucks. So what happens when Lucio is banned?
That
we just
we
say
sub out.
GGs.
Yeah, we either say GG or we sub out Brig Sucks and we'd run double flex. Like, it's just kind of, yeah. We have to try and play our bans correctly so Lucio doesn't get banned, basically. We
So
try to protect ban a lot.
living up to the name is what we're hearing. Living up to the name. That's at least good to know. Now, what was the game plan, at least for your team, you going into this grand finals, right? They Atlas Kesoku bested you 2 times going into this grand final. So what did you do to prepare for it?
It's all thanks to my tank coach, really, Amity. We were struggling really hard in the Brawl Mirror when I was on, Rush Mirror when I was on Queen. I just kept getting walled, so the choice that we came to is we just run Winston. We just dive their backline. We just flip the map on them. We just had to ignore the Mei, really, ignore the Orisa. That was my plan going into this. Just try my best to flip map, ignore Orisa.
For me as well, I felt that the advice of my other DPS player, Fifi, also known as Asuka, and Bagel, both of those 2 players on our team, they really helped iron out some of our issues, mainly target focus and splitting up too much. Once we addressed that, it felt like it was a lot easier to lock in and be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the level up night and day between the last time that you faced this team and today. I have to ask just specifically, what exactly went on in the duration of Suravasa? Because that was the one map you lost to them there. Did you feel like you swapped a little bit too late compositionally, or were they just sort of outplaying and out-rotating you guys?
I think it was, I really think they were just playing better than us on Suravasa. I think we got a bit too big for our britches, some would say. I don't know. After going up 2-0 against the team that 3-0'd us, we were feeling good, and I think we just trolled a bit. I wasn't thinking the hardest. I wasn't planning as well as I could have been, and things fell over here. Things fell apart.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, we have a bit of a problem with our DPS lineup because Fifi and I, you might have noticed by now, but we both are Tracer mains. We play Tracer, Genji, Echo, that kind of thing. And so far, Fifi has been playing Hitscan for us more often than I have, because I'm bad at Hitscan. But Fifi didn't feel very comfortable on the Sojourn today. And being forced to play Soj versus a really, really good Sojourn player on the enemy team, I think it kind of pressured us quite a bit. Like, we kind of didn't know what to do about it.
Well, honestly, it was so impressive to see you rally from that, because of course, reverse sweep is the last thing anyone wanted to see. So fantastic, solution to the end of it. And thank you both very much for joining us so much. Again, congratulations on the victory, and take that one into the future.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are going to close things out in a second here, but we do once again want to point out that we are partnering with the Trevor Project here on Twitch here with Kunoichi League. So please do, of course, if you've got the chance to donate to this fantastic organization that supports LGBTQIA+ folks all around. So if you can, if you've got the chance to, it's a fantastic cause, especially now, of course, Pride Month as it is for, 24 more hours. That is still the time for it. So by all means, please do. And thanks again. We love getting a chance to partner with them.
Yep, so as we wrap up this Masters Division Grand Finals, we will be taking a short break to allow things to be set up on our end, as the open tier division will be having Quick Shots Nova versus Night Witches. So during that break, that's such a great time to, donate some money to charity and for the betterment of this world. So it is me, Thoriumea, and Rags signing off, at least for this Masters Division Grand Finals. So don't go anywhere.
inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Break down.
Welcome back to one final lap here at the Kunoichi Karnival tournament. It's been a wonderful weekend of gameplay, seeing the rise and some teams fall throughout the course of the weekend, and we have one more champion here to name tonight. It is our open division, our highest tier of competition. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Rain as we prepare to head into our final best of 5 of the weekend. Rain, how are we feeling? You've been here kind of watching these matches throughout the weekend. Like, what's it been like for you?
It's so fun. I love watching the Kunoichi Carnival, Cavalry Carnival, all of them, honestly. But yeah, getting to watch all of these high-tier marginalized gender teams have a place to really compete and show off their skills is such a treat, especially when we get to see kind of the crossover between, some of these players coming over from Calling All Heroes. So we're getting to see them kind of in 2 different environments, and it's been really fantastic Overwatch all weekend long. I will be sad to see it go, but I'm super excited that we are going to be ending out with a bang here in this final match.
Exactly. All good things here to come through the rest of the day. And one of the other great things that has been about this tournament is the Trevor Project. Kunoichi Karnival has partnered with the Trevor Project to start up a donation program for them throughout this tournament. So go ahead in the Twitch chat. You can find an opportunity to donate if you have anything to spare to support the LGBTQ youth. That would be wonderful. It's been a great opportunity to have this for a tournament to support both our players and the community overall. It's one of the many joys that we have here in esports.
Exactly. We're rounding out Pride Month here, so if we could say goodbye to Pride Month with a little bit of a donation towards such a really awesome charity, that would be super awesome if you have that extra change to spare. So, keep them in mind as we are going to be looking through this bracket. We have Quick Shot Nova and Night Witches here in this grand finals, and I mean, Tiny, this is a redemption match here for Night Witches.
This is a rematch, and if you look at this bracket, you might notice a little bit of a pattern, right? There's a lot of 3 Overwatch happening on this screen, including the previous meeting of these 2 teams. They were the number 1 and 2 seeds, respectively, after they played the round-robin stage on Friday. But now coming into Sunday, they get the chance to kind of face off against each other again. Quick Shots Nova, a team that, has kind of had a more surprising experience as of late in terms of the Calling All Heroes run that they had, finishing 5th, 6th in the Challengers bracket. A very impressive feat for them, where as Night Witches are kind of more of that up-and-coming squad that we're seeing this talent, this pipeline continue to develop for our players of women and marginalized identities in this tournament. So it's a redemption shot is it safe to say that Quickshots Nova have the upper hand here? I would say probably, Rain.
I gotta agree. I mean, you've already come up against Night Witches once, and you sent them down to that lower bracket in a convincing 3-0 sweep there, but we'll see what Night Witches can do. You have a taste of what Quickshot is probably going to be playing here, a little bit better an idea of what you're going to be coming up against, and Tiny, I believe that we do already have our map selection ready to go as well.
Look at that, we're on it today, and no other way to start off a Grand Final series than with the good old classic Lijiang Tower matchup. It's the King's Row of control maps. What else can you say? But it's also a favorite towards these teams who are going to lean towards dive comps for the majority of these teams, whether it's with the Winston that we've been more so seeing on the side of the Night Watchers, or for Quick Esports Nova, they really like their Diva comps. The Tracer buffs too are going to play a big deal into this, and that makes also the bans all the more imperative in these decisions and how that's going to play out, which I do believe we already have those in as well for us to look at here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and especially where this is a rematch between two teams, using the hero bans, like, you can be so much more precise with them now. You have an idea of what your opponents are going to play, you know, and you can use this to either kind of protect out the ban, you know, that you have a role you need to save, or you can pretty much just go for that target ban. I do know that there's some players on the side of Night Witches that have maybe some unusual favorite heroes that we have had a chance to see, so you gotta be careful, because Quickshot Nova will have that ban in their back pocket if they so need it.
Yeah, that's a, you know, it's an odd one, but also, I mean, are we shouting it out, or are we giving out strats beforehand? I mean, they played each other. It's not exactly a secret strat at this point in time. Night Witches love their Torbjorn, all right? Our little tiny guy that walks around like a mini tank is that guy. Not going to be the ban, though. Quickshot Nova are actually going to take out the Winston, which is, again, the favorite tank that we've kind of seen Quickshots Nova lean over to. So that can have a big factor into these plans, especially when we know these fast-paced styles that the Diva of Laser likes to set. That can be pretty hard to keep up with if you don't have your favorite hero to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna have to see a little bit of an adjustment here from Night Witches. We definitely have seen some other heroes that they were playing. The Junker Queen had made an appearance on some of the Flashpoint map. Now, you could potentially run the Junker Queen on Lijiang. Definitely not kind of a classic by any means, but you, at least Night Witches, will not have the opportunity to ban out another tank. So now they're looking at either a damage or a support ban, which sometimes just doesn't feel quite as impactful compared to those tank bans where, you know, there's only one person playing tank.
No, so they're actually going to go for the support in the Baptiste. So a hero that we've seen kind of shine a little bit more lately. It helps with these heavy brawl teams that like to anchor. It might not necessarily be as fast, but the immortality field, the burst healing can help, especially in rounds such as this control center that we like to see. So Baptiste going off the field, we're leaning more towards like a Juno Lucio, Kiriko Lucio, something that goes fast that's what we're looking at for Lijiang Tower.
Yep, absolutely agree. That Baptiste really helps these compositions that want to kind of stay in a fight a little bit longer. So with him off the field, yeah, it's going to be a pretty big and significant adjustment for the backlines of both of these teams. Now, we are going to take a look at the rosters. Up first, we have Quickshots Nova. So your starting five showing up on the screen here. We have Pingu and Weather on the DPS, Laser on that tank, Nikachu and Natnif on those support roles. And I did have an opportunity to see Pingu play. I gotta shout them out because the Tracer gameplay has been absolutely phenomenal from them, and they're definitely making the best use of this Tracer buff from the Season 17 patch.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer as a whole is an incredibly strong hero right now. We're not really in a place where Tracer and Genji are super exchangeable anymore. You're just going to be leaning more towards her to begin with. So having someone like the caliber of Pingu is really good for Quickshots Nova, kind of going ahead, especially when you partner with somebody like Laser, a tank player who's been around this Calling All Heroes Rising community for quite some time, has continued to, well, for lack of a better word, rise up the ranks, and is competing in these open tournaments. Her Diva most notably, but like Arissa, Wrecking Ball, ask her to play it, she'll find a way to make it happen. And, you know, another thing to note about this team, they haven't dropped a map throughout this entire tournament. So flawless run on the way. Is that kind of what we're looking at from this team? And, like, they only have one more opponent in their way. And for Night Witches, as we get to look at their roster, it was a tough match. It was a 3-0 sweep, and it's not a great way for you to go down. You have a little bit of momentum on your side coming up from the lower round, but we're going to need to see this team step up if they want a shot at this title.
Yeah, all right. Well, this is a starting 5 to try and make that first map at least happen. And actually, I believe, Tiny Shiny, this is actually the only 5 that are signed. So this group is going to be in for this whole series. We have Eerie and Luna Variants on the DPS. Ize on the tank, and then we have Origami and Zombie rounding out that support line. So, like I kind of alluded to earlier, and Tiny mentioned, yeah, the Torbjorn very favored by Eerie here. And I do think, Tiny, that can be a really great counter kind of to that Tracer, who has been showing up more and more in these compositions.
This Tracer matchup, especially between Luna Variants, is going to be obviously what we're going to keep an eye on, but Eerie will help a ton with just having this existence of the turret. If you're playing a shorter range comp, it's even harder to deal with. So if this is something that Night Witches are very confident in, they won't of course have that Winston that Ize has tend to lean towards in map number 1. So there will need to be some slight adjustments. You're really going to be looking at this DPS core to help anchor this team.
Yeah, exactly. And having that kind of flexibility in the DPS is really good. So Luna on the Tracer, we'll see if they stick on that as we head in. Take a look at the kitchens of Lijiang. Oh, I bet it smells absolutely incredible. Right? Oh my gosh. All the good food. As I believe this is night market that we're going to be starting out on here.
I was questioning it. It's like, is this the day market? Are we in weird lighting here? But no, I had these oh man, if I didn't just eat dinner, I'd want more food, I'm telling you. But yeah, we should be starting out on Night Market. Maybe it favors the Night Witches. It's in their name after all. They are going to stick more towards that dive steal. It appears that Ize will pull out the Hazard to start us off, whereas Laser is going to go to the Orisa.
Yeah, the Orisa matchup here. So you're going to have a lot of cooldowns that are ready to really just shut down this Hazard. So Night Witches are going to have to really try and find an opening here, really get Luna kind of set up on an angle. As we see Quickshot Nova, I mean, you have this Orisa composition. You're pathing towards the point. You want to kind of get set up there, and now it's going to be on Night Witches to kind of push into this, which could be a little tricky kind of with this Torbjorn composition. But as long as you can find the angles and put the poke damage in, that should be able to open something up for you.
Night Witches, their composition is designed to punish a mistake rather than take the space nearly as much, so you're kind of okay with taking your time, wrapping around to the point, letting Quickshot Nova get the first capture. Now will be the first dive in out of Ize. It'll force the supports away from Laser, but she's playing Orisa. The Battle Cattle won't die. Eerie certainly can, though, with a big old horse walking right at her, and yeah, Night Witches, it's really difficult for them to lock down a target on both this kind of heavy mobile and just supportive composition that we're seeing out of Quickshot Nova.
A lot of trades are coming through here, but where the point has already actually been capped by Quickshot Nova here, the longer that Night Witches stay in the fight, the less it's going to be likely that they're going to be able to flip it. As we see Ize falling very, very low, it will be Laser able to take out that tank, send her back to the spawn, and now this is a really good opportunity for Quickshot Nova. I mean, you're pushing up. Pingu already has a pulse bomb basically ready to go, and Laser, she's done so much work on this Orisa. You're basically going to have that Terra Surge ready as well. Now, no slouching from the side of Night Witches, as we will have that Molten Core and Kitsune Rush ready very shortly, but you really need to kind of play for those ultimates here, because like you said, Tiny, like this is all about kind of punishing mistakes. So if you have like an ultimate that you can use to try and force somebody from Quickshot out of position, that's really going to be able to make some space for you to walk in and take this point, as it's up around 60% already for Quickshot.
Even here, Night Witches, they're taking the long rotation. That's exactly where Quickshot Nova wanted them, pulling him in for a group hug, and Pingu slapping a pulse bomb right on top of it. It was a wonderful play. Night Witches, they wanted to out-rotate, they wanted to cause confusion, and Nova was having none of it.
Yeah, I like this idea from Night Witches to play a little bit slow, but I mean, you're up against the clock right now, 80%. This is approaching kind of the last fight territory for Night Witches, and Terra Surge and the Pulse Bomb committed from Quickshot Nova, but otherwise you're going to have 3 ultimates ready to go here. Okay, the Kitsune Rush does come out trying to get through this choke point.
And Zombie is the best tool for Night Witches to move forwards, but they can't get much of it done. The rallies pop from Nikichu, and it blocks all of the bullets that were coming down. Weather's Deadeye zones away any oncoming damage, and Night Witches, they're making that last second scramble towards the point. With Laser out of the equation, you'd say it's more winnable, and Luna Variants is doing all that she can to make sure that is the case, and with only Natnef remaining, it means the Night Witches, they're going to get at least some percentage going on Night Market.
Okay, yeah, it took 99% there, but Night Witches find their way onto that point. You get a couple of late kills as well, so you're gonna be able to just build a little bit more percentage. All of it is gonna count for you right now. A really nice job with the ultimate economy there. Now, Night Witches still have this, okay, zombie finding Pingu. Again, it's all about just that little kind of percentage there. So a little bit longer for Night Witches to get set up here. The Molten Core gonna be ready to go, and that beat. Now, the beat, you have an opportunity to potentially use it aggressively here. There's no ultimates that are really on the board for a quick shot. You're gonna have the Pulse Bomb coming online, but probably not gonna see the beat in response to that.
No, not quite. It'll be more of a kind of stabilizing ultimate, and Ize might need it now more than ever, but no, Origami was out of position, couldn't quite get over to where Ize wanted. She was so committed on jumping onto Nikichu, and she could just bop her on the nose and say, nah, not today. Night Witch is now reeling without their tank, retreating towards the objective. The sound barrier from Origami comes in, attempting to overwhelm Quick Shots Nova on their push. They get one Pulse Bomb. That stick is good. Luna Variants helping clutch this one up. A 4v5, and it could not have come in at a better time.
Oh, really nice stuff. Night Witches, okay, the fight is alive here for them, and looking to maybe find another stagger kill. Won't quite get that, but it was expensive. So you use both your DPS ultimates. That beat did come out as well. Now Zombie gonna have this Kitsune Rush ready to go shortly against both DPSers, and we're gonna see that Terra Surge coming from the laser. Oh my gosh, Luna gone. This isn't looking very good for Night Witches.
No, you just can't have that happen. Look how many shiny buttons Quick Shots Nova have to press. That one shot, 2 kills for Weather. Nice 1-2 punch out of the tank and DPS. Quick Shots Nova walking their way towards this objective. Bit of a celebratory Pulse Bomb on top of it, and we'll see that flip back over. I'm not sure. Can Zombie even get back with his Kitsune Rush?
Well, the overtime has been triggered here. Okay, the touch is coming through. The Kitsune Rush onto point. You don't have a tank. It's just the supports from Night, which is trying to keep this point alive.
And Origami, oh no, gets hit with a whip shot, flattened against the wall. Quick Shots Nova, they're stabilized. Even with the Night Witches reinforcements coming in, there's no healing to keep them on their feet much longer. It'll be a nice recovery from Quick Shots Nova after a little bit of a stumble midway through. They'll be the ones claiming Night Market.
Yeah, not too bad getting yourself set up on that first sub-map. Now, I have to say, Night Witches definitely did feel like they were coming alive there. You know, getting up to that 94% is a really impressive feat when you're already down kind of 0 to 99 there. But Quick Shot just coming back in. You had the ultimates ready to go. You find the opening pick. Everything's going in your favor, so you're able to pick up that first map. I'm gonna look at some of these stats here, and I feel like I've been singing Laser's praise kind of all weekend long, but she's just such an incredible tank. You're 18-2, the damage is coming out as well, so definitely helping Quick Shots Nova a whole lot here on their first map.
Laser has just been a force to be reckoned with. There's no way that it's very rare that we see Ize work past where Laser has been standing just because of how confident she is in her positioning, and this map isn't going to fare all that much better. With how Night Market works, getting over these bridges can be a terrifying task, rather, especially with the Lucio on the side, but it appears nobody has fallen off the cliff just yet, so yeah, a little round of applause for that. Will, however, be Pingu, kind of poking in and out, daring Luna Variants to kind of contest them on the objectives. That comes close to unlocking. It'll be a bit of a cactus. Laser zoned away. Wonderful play out of Ize, cutting off the support entirely, although it is a losing trade. Quick Shots Nova, without their tank, they can't push into Ize. It's on to Pingu, who's just been tearing apart the Night Witch's backline piece by piece. I believe there's 3 final blows in this fight alone, and Night Witches, it looked good. They had a great opening play, but they had nothing to say about Pingu's Tracer.
Yeah, and this is where that kind of Tracer v Tracer is going to come into play here, where you take down the Orisa from the side of Quick Shots, and you hold that hot, like, kind of space there, but you just don't have anybody that can kind of turn around and keep an eye on Pingu on this Tracer. We are going to see Ize swap over onto the Orisa to match this now, so maybe a little bit more kind of sustained. I like this. It's okay.
What is this crosshair?
We got a big old crosshair on this Orisa. I mean, hey, you know what? Maybe it's the strat. I don't know.
You know, if the crosshair is so big, you literally can't miss, you know? It's like it's a mentality thing. Like, if I'm generally looking in their direction, it'll probably hit them. But it's working out so far. Ize ended up getting Weather pretty low there with a little bit of help through Eerie finishing off those eliminations. And Night Witches, they kind of just walked their way in and had the better poke damage within that fight. Pingu didn't have time to get it set up on an off angle, and it worked in Night Witch's favor.
I'm liking this swap onto the Orisa here. The Hazard it was getting kind of pushed back by Laser on this Orisa. The cooldown's always there to basically just deny any of that space for the Hazard, and the Hazard just can't really do as much damage from afar like an Orisa can. So now Nightwitch is in control, and you have this Torb ready to go with the ultimate very shortly. A really great point for it. You're also gonna have the Rush and the Pulse Bomb, but I mean, Quick Shots, you haven't really committed anything so far to get this 40%, so you got ults to work with.
But the terrorists are just completely zoned out. Zombie, woohoo! Almost taking a trip off the map. All the ults that Night Witches jumped in this have gotten canceled except one, and Weather is just done for. Night Witches could not have played that better than they had. The flank from Lunavarians, the setup mid, perfect.
Yeah, really nice. That Kitsune Rush from Zombie allows Ize to build up to this Terror Surge quite quickly, and Origami does have the beat ready to go. Luna! Okay, that bridge, I'm telling you, the first step... we gotta be real careful over there. Quick Shots. Now, you have both these support ults gonna be ready to go. You're gonna go ahead, start out with that Orbital.
Yeah, Orbital Ray, simply the best support off in the game. At least if you can stand in it, it's kind of running away faster than Quick Shots Nova can keep up. Now we're talking about Laser being that brick wall. That is now Ize, a metal wall, if you do say, not allowing anyone past this bridge.
Yeah, Pingu does find a Pulse Bomb kill there, but Origami on that Lucio is going to get back into this fight fairly quickly, as now Night Witch is looking very, very strong here, approaching that 80%, and you still have that Terror Surge, you still have that beat. It's just Pingu on the Tracer trying to kind of pull some pressure back from the front line, as Quick Shots are actually going to rotate around through this white room. Now, you have the rally from Nikatu to work with, but that's going to be it. You do have Weather that has swapped over to the Freya as well.
The rally is just used to try to keep Laser alive. You can't do anything, though, with the amount of healing, the health that the sound barrier provides. It's just shooting into a pillow, basically. Quick Shots Nova, they expended so many of their resources and got little result from it. Night Witch is very disciplined in the choices that they made. The positioning, the map, the confidence looks so much better here on the Gardens, and it's only fitting that we're going to finish off in this control center.
Yeah, heading to Control Center, and I would argue that this is probably going to be a little bit better of a composition, or a map for this composition that Night Witches is running with this Torbjorn. A really wide open point, kind of compared to that Garden point, where you have kind of the walls that you could use a little bit for the cover as you take a fight on the point. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We have the Orisa matchup now, and I think that's working really, really well for Night Witches as well.
Yeah, it just feels better, right? Ize has a lot more value within these fights. I mean, look at the difference in stats. Laser was far and ahead, the better tank, at least in terms of numbers that round, and it's just completely flipped on its head. And when we look at how close quarters Control Center is going to be, the impact of the tanks, it's only amplified, Rain.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're probably going to see a fight kind of taking space in this really enclosed area on the right side of the point. Now, Quick Shots actually are going to have a little bit of a positional advantage here. They got set up a little bit early.
Yeah, they'll get a little bit closer, so... And with Ize actually burning all the defensive cooldowns here, so this is kind of the moment Night Witches have to take advantage of this space, and that's exactly what will happen. Laser didn't end up taking the shield perk, opt for the charged javelin instead, so it is a lot more protection for the entirety of Night Witches to move forward, instead of just Laser herself. So Quick Shots Nova, they're trying to do the same thing they did on the last point and recover early after losing their tank, and it seems like it's going to work out this time off the back of Pingu.
I like this from Quick Shock Nova. You see that the shield is now in play from this Orisa, so basically the best way to avoid that shield is to just try and take angles around it. So we saw Weather and Pengu basically set up in kind of a triangle around Ize, and then the shield, you're blocking damage from one side, but there's not a heck of a lot that an Orisa can do once that damage is coming from the behind. And now Quick Shots are going to be able to get set up kind of towards this choke point here, but that shield from Ize actually does allow Night Witches to walk through that choke point.
Yeah, that's the advantage of the shield. It benefits the team a lot more, even if it impacts your speed. That's what got the Lucio for. And apparently Origami can do multiple things at once, aka eliminate Pingu, who's been kind of that main angle setter for Quick Shots Nova, trying to pump the brakes on this fight, whether zoning everybody out from Night Witches with the Deadeye. A little bit risky, even just sitting behind the shield, but everyone's alive on their feet, ready to re-engage with the Kitsune Rush. Great timing, waiting for Quick Shots Nova to expend all of their major resources, and using that rush when it was needed the most. So Night Witches, great identification of when to take their action.
Yeah, I totally agree. Really good timing there. Now Night Witches back in control here. A little even 50% there for Quick Shots, so not too bad for that first capture there. And I think that now that Night Witches, we saw this on Garden, now that they're kind of in control of this point, I think that they're going to have a pretty good time kind of holding on to things. Luna Variance is lurking with this Pulse Bomb, and lucky for Quick Shots going this way.
Oh, drops down from above, also just over the shoulder of Nikichu, certainly breathing a sigh of relief. The rest of the team walking forward with Natnif's orbital ray, and it's just too much damage for Night Witches to handle, especially with how out of position their supports were, and no sound barrier online just quite yet.
At 1% away, Origami's gonna at least have that for the next fight here, and with Laser having this Terra Surge online, you might just need that beat to kind of sustain through it. Now, there is gonna be a Pulse Bomb from Quickshot Nova to kind of throw in it. They've been favoring kind of that combo, but you do have the rally to kind of sustain through this next fight. Now, Terra Surge is available for Ize as well, so it's gonna be who can get this online first.
It'll be the Terra Surge, but with the response of the sound barrier, the multiple ultimates the Quickshots Nova expended completely nullified there. Origami's had some fantastic timings with the sound barrier, and not to mention Eerie just blowing up the kill feed as any Torbjorn does, apparently.
Oh my goodness, and falling a little low there, but is able to kind of stay alive. Yeah, pick up a parting kill as well onto Pingu there, and wow, so back and forth, Tiny, but Night Witches are back in control here. Still got that Terra Surge from Ize ready to go, and Zombie has this rush as well. We saw great timing on it before. We'll see if they're gonna, because last time it was Weather with this Deadeye, holding the Deadeye, and then we saw the rush come out.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeye, it's not used to get elims, it's used to buy space, and that's what it should have done. It had to get canceled early because Ize was walking up with the Terra Surge here. Night Witches, they had the advantage. We're pushing up. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but not having a tank, devastating for Quickshots Nova. But where this control percentage is at, this team needs to regroup as quickly as possible.
Yeah, okay, 70% here. Night Witch is looking pretty good, but they did use everything there, so you're looking for Eerie to maybe build up to this Molten Core. You can get a little poke damage in. Now, on the side of Quick Shots, I mean, you don't really have any ultimates either online just yet, but on it, you play slow here. Play for this Orbital Strike coming in from Natnif very soon, because that is, like you said, Tiny, one of those most powerful support ultimates in the game. Basically a fight winner as long as everyone's playing inside of it.
And this is extra important that Quickshots Nova can drag this fight long enough for Natnif to get this orbital ray online. That is the win condition this team is playing for, but Natnif is chunked so incredibly low in the backline, and Laser can't afford to stay as forward as she has been playing thus far. Pingu, though, will get the one elimination in the backline. It's an even 4v4, but the time to strike is now. Quickshots Nova, that's the orbital ray out, and Laser is turning into a Laser, running down both support players, stapling Origami to a wall, and Quickshots Nova, they're trying to make this happen at just the last second. They managed to get their orbital ray off and guarantee themselves one more fight.
Okay, this next fight, though, it's going to be tough because this beat is now online for Origami. You have that Molten Core from Eerie as well. Now, when we go into an overtime fight where both teams have to be on the point, that Molten Core can be so detrimental to the defending team. Now, you do have Laser with this Terra Surge. I'm sure that they would love to be able to kind of just take an early fight here, try to find a pick with this Terra Surge, but already the fight kind of glancing towards points.
But you have to, because Origami, the sound barrier, it's going to be in place. Laser's ultimate gets absolutely no value with the Deadeye getting shut down. Night Witches, everything is going their way. The sound barriers have been on point out of Origami. She's been carrying them when it's needed the most on these defensive plays. Night Witches might just be the very first team to take a map off of Quickshots Nova, and in the grand final, nonetheless, it's only Pingu who's floating around this point, no HP to spare, and it will be done. Night Witches have shown that, in fact, the gods can bleed. The Quickshots Nova are going to lose their first map.
My gosh, this is a series for sure. I'm so excited. This is not biased by any means. Just don't love 3-0 Overwatch. That's all. But yeah, oh my gosh. And then Eerie on this Torbjorn. Yeah, a favorite of hers for sure. So putting in a lot of work. Oh, Keith, that's the pain of Torbjorn is just, you know, sometimes there's just a headshot. It just comes from nowhere.
I mean, she's just chucking like Cheetos down mid. And Pingu didn't even know what hit her at that point. Oh, that was so unfortunate. But like, this is a strategy that's really working out. And, you know, knowing that this last time this matchup was a 3-0, were they not playing the Orisa? I wonder if they were just playing this Winston most of the time, because I'm assuming that's the reason Quickshots Nova decided to ban that first. But this Orisa out of Ize looks fantastic.
Yeah, that's a good point. We saw the Winston ban come out, and it resulted in a bit of an adjustment and a win for Night Witches. So kind of getting yourself targeted out and then able to just flip it on its head and find the win there. It's a really good start for them. Now, it was very close. Obviously, we go to that third sub-map, 99-99. So Night Witches definitely need to try and keep this momentum up, because Quick Shots have looked really good on a lot of those fights.
Yeah, I think Quickshots Nova, for the majority of the fights that we did see, the angling from Pingu and Weather was what was winning these fights. I think there was a little bit of a difference in the speed and the amount of healing that kind of gave a bit of advantage when these fights were faster. There was more poke damage eliminations that we saw out of the Torbjorn, which was pretty detrimental to a lot of these engages. Like, if Night Witches got themselves in control of an objective, they pretty much ran it all the way from 0 to 99.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I feel like that's the beauty of kind of the Torbjorn is like once you get yourself set up somewhere, you get your turret in a little spot that's maybe kind of hard or annoying, you can just hold a whole lot of space and really punish anybody that kind of tries to walk into that point, especially Pengu kind of on the Tracer. So yeah, once they're in control, looking pretty good. It's really just a matter of kind of like finding those openings because Quickshots have had really, really good and solid defenses.
Yeah, if Quickshots Nova can get their DPS in the positions that they want to, it's kind of over for Night Witches. But if Night Witches can continue to be proactive and punish, as we've been seeing with the Torb turret, the spam damage from both the Kiriko, the Orisa, the Torb, whatever, like those are the ways that we're going to see them start to take away these fights and force Quickshots Nova to play a bit more reserved. And that's actually kind of one of the disadvantages that you have as a team who hasn't lost a map. You haven't been forced to adjust. You haven't been forced to look back and say, hey, what's going on? What do we need to change? So this is potentially a very good momentum swinger for the Night Witches to go ahead.
Oh, that's a really good point. Now, Quickshots Nova, since they lost that, are going to have the opportunity to pick the next map. So that's also, maybe a first for them. They get to pick the first map regularly. But now responding with a map pick is a really big opportunity because, okay, you banned out that Winston thinking that that's what Night Witches were going to run out on. And they come out swinging with an Orisa of their own. So now you have to kind of pivot and think, okay, that ban definitely didn't work. So what else can we work with to try and slow down this momentum, like you said, that Night Witches is on?
Well, it does sound like that we do have the map available, if I heard that correctly, so we do not have to wait any longer. It will, in fact, be Midtown. This one, I'm not gonna lie, this one puzzles me a little bit, because when I think Midtown, I think Poke. I like this Torb pick, this Orisa. These are going to continue to be very strong heroes. So this is telling me that, despite losing that first map, Quickshots Nova are still confident in the composition they just sowed, and they want to keep it up.
Yeah, and Night Witches can definitely stick on the same composition as well. This definitely isn't going to be a Winston favorite map, so even if they do feel a bit more comfortable on that Winston, probably still going to go ahead and stick on that Orisa. As I have word also, Tiny. All right, bans are in, so this is going to be a really interesting one to see. Quickshots will have the opportunity to ban out first, so banning out the tank there didn't really work. Now, you do have that Torb ban that you could potentially bring out, but I wonder if maybe you want to hold on to that one a little bit longer.
Maybe, but this is just such a strong Torb map. Like, in my head, if you're going, think about the high ground angles. Think about how long these sight lines are. And unless, I guess you're going to keep Weather on a ranged hero, so it's not as big of a deal. But either way, that's something that's a little bit sketchy. Like, I feel like you either need to go for a Torb or you need to go for, an Orisa. If you want, maybe a Laser Sigma, I feel like that's a possibility. But other than that, Quick Nova, what's really the thought? Okay, none of the things that we said. We're banning Juno, which, mind you, Quickshots Nova were the ones who played Juno in map number 1.
Yeah, and I thought the Juno was pretty good from them. They did a really good job kind of playing specifically for that ultimate, which is, really important. So banning that out here, interesting. I do think Juno does get a decent amount of play time. She can fit really well into those poke compositions and still give that utility of the speed. Being able to heal from far away is an advantage over kind of running that Lucio, which would be the other kind of speed option that you'd have here. Now, Night Witches, you're not going to be able to ban out a sport, so we're looking at the tanks and the damage here. Now, if you're still looking to run this Torbjorn, maybe you want to ban out one of those kind of longer range damage heroes. We saw the Cassidy making an appearance from Weather, and I think that you kind of want to shut down somebody that's really going to be able to take out that turret.
That would make sense, and it seems, you might be on track. The suspense is killing me! I must know the answer to this question. But it would make a lot of sense, because Weather is pretty hard stuck, the Cassidy, the Sojourn, even the Freya a little bit has been a common pick. So in fact, will be the Sojourn that will be taken away. So Weather, being very confident in that hero, likely will go, I'm assuming, stick towards that Cassidy that we got in map number 1 there. So that did look pretty decent when it was out, but these bans, there's actually another layer to this. We did just get word that there is a substitute. Jade will be coming in for Nikichu on Quickshot's Nova, and according to the team sheet here, it appears Jade really likes this Kiriko. So perhaps the Juno was to force this kind of Lucio Kiriko style that we've been kind of leaning towards instead.
Yeah, I like that from them. The Lucio Kiriko can move, you know, it's a fast composition. It's all about rush here. So that makes me wonder if we are going to still stick on this Orisa composition. She definitely does have a lot of rush potential, but I think especially on Midtown, we have the option to maybe move over towards that Ramantra, where you have the shields to kind of block off some of that far away damage, and the Nemesis form from Ramantra can give you almost as much sustain as an Orisa cooldown can.
Yeah, so we have that small change in there as well. Like, I mean, Origami and Zombie did play that Lucio Kiriko with the Orisa. It's definitely possible, but sustain isn't really your friend. You're really relying on winning those fights quickly off of kind of that brief poke damage that happens in the pre-fight stage. But I do want to give a shout out again to Origami. The impact on the Lucio, not only kind of overseeing where Luna Variance was going when she was facing off against Pingu, but the sound barriers. Like, those were incredibly well timed. That ultimate is difficult to get correct, but her ultimates, I think every single time, won a fight for that team, and I can understand wanting to kind of keep that pace up. As we head to Midtown, it's still a question in the air. I'm trying to like get in Quickshot's Nova's head here and understand why this is kind of the map you pick. Like, surely it's something that you want to enable somebody like Weather to pop off on.
Yeah, okay, so Quickshots are going to be on the defense to start here, so this composition is what they're locking in on, at least for this first point, and Baptiste back on the field now, that ban now gone, so a lot more healing that's just going to go pretty much straight into laser on this Orisa, and we have Natnif over on the Iyari here, so looking for a whole lot of poke damage on this first choke point.
Yeah, this will make what Night Witches were able to do successfully in map number 1 with the excessive poke at the start of the fights a lot more challenging, not only because the responding damage of Quickshot's Nova now, but that burst healing. You're not going to be chunking down laser nearly as fast, and it appears Night Witches, they're not even going to try that at all. They're going to be rolling out, yes, with the poke, but Ise is going to start on the hazard again.
Okay, yeah, it didn't end up sticking. We didn't end up sticking with it kind of as we moved on through Lijiang, but hey, gonna try it once again here, and a little bit of sneaky sneak happening over here. But oh yeah, you're gonna get spotted out fairly quickly. Quickshots Nova are privy to this information, but still hanging around here. I suspect they're just kind of like waiting for the amp speed here from Origami to make their move.
Luna Variance quickly engaging in a little Tracer 1v1 before regrouping with the team, moving down this alleyway, but you gotta get out of this spot fast, because Quickshot's Nova, you're just fishing a barrel at that point for this team and their poke damage. Gotta find a way to close the gap, which has yet to be happened. Suzu has been forced. The rotation for Night Witches so far has been without casualties, and with the high ground in play, Eerie can start to set up a turret. You get a good surveillance of the battlefield. They're just about picking a target to collapse on, but this counter rotation out of Quickshot's Nova, they're just as far away from Night Witches as when they started, and a nice couple of shots of Weather gets Origami low enough to be finished off. The supports are gone, just as Quickshot's Nova actually started to see these targets appear. Night Witches, I mean, that just wasted so much time there to get poked out.
Oh yeah, and Eerie is actually getting staggered out on this Torbjorn as well. Oh, no mercy from Quickshots as, yeah, Eerie is gonna be taking down there. Now, yeah, it was a really long rotation. There a lot of time for Night Witches to kind of get in position there, and Quickshot Nova, they just responded to it in a really good way. You rotate around so that as soon as Night Witches drop down onto that point, well, it's a whole lot of damage coming in from Weather, coming in from Natnef as well. Now, we are gonna have a swap here, so Ise's moving over onto the Winston instead, so potentially looking to just basically ignore laser on this Orisa, but it's really, really hard to do that because she's got all these choke points on lockdown.
This has got to be a comfort pick for Ise, just kind of going from past experiences. Although it can't be comfortable meeting eye to eye with Weather mid Deadeye. Origami certainly on the losing part of that exchange, but Night Witches still wanting to commit. Zombie laid out the red carpet for him, but there's just not any targets to come through here. Bit of harassment onto this Baptiste. The pulse bomb went wide, and I mean, laser going down, that's a huge advantage now for Night Witches. They'll at least get a tick or two off of this. Which Nova, though, very much in a position to recontest this.
Yeah, and you're gonna have both support ults to try and walk back in here. Very low. Luna does manage to get out with that. Okay, the contest is gonna come through with the last second here.
will be the captive son. That catches about 3 players here. Quick shots Nova. They wanted to get out, but no. Even though they lose out on Ize, Laser couldn't find that toe on the objective. Needed to keep the fight going. So Night Witches will have this fire truck out at the station.
Yeah, moving out now, quick shots. No, I mean, you've got some players here looking like they want to hold close. They are currently down 1, but as long as you can, get some time on the clock, try to leave here. You're going to go ahead and commit this amplification matrix?
A little early. I can see the vision. I know what Jade was trying to do. Night Witches were just a little too close to cover to actually get the value. A couple seconds bought off the clock, and you kind of have full control of this choke.
Yeah, exactly. So you bought enough time for Pingu to kind of get back into this fight. So now it's 5 people here for Quick Shots Nova, and they want to hold really close to this choke point. You don't have any ultimates online just yet to do it. And Night Witches do have support ults coming online here. Zombie building up to that rush. There's already space is being taken here by Ise, but no, it's
the body. Oh no, Origami too. She tried to go in and keep the Winton alive, but the sound barrier just a little bit too late, and a rather unfortunate situation now for Night Witches. But I mean, they're turning it into something. Origami and Zombie are kind of collapsing on these players who are huddled in a corner, disregarding Laser's presence entirely. Laser's nowhere to look. Everyone just blinking around her so quickly. Night Witches dividing and conquering, now ready to fully re-engage with the Kitsune Rush without their tank. Wonderful set of clutch plays from the Night Witches.
Yeah, able to really sustain through that really well. Ended up kind of splitting Quick Shots Nova there, so Laser ending up kind of on in a corner by herself. And now Night Witches are going to be in control of this high ground. You have the Primal Rage ready to go. You can get Eerie set up there with the Torb turret. However, Quick Shots Nova, I mean, you've got both these DPS ultimates. You're going to have that Terra Surge ready to go. Now, it is a question of kind of where is this Terra Surge going to go onto, because there's a lot of movement abilities on the side of Night Witches. Oh, just smashing their head on that sign there.
Oh no. Oh, the pulse bomb! It ends up sticking though, so Pingu will get the one from the grave, and that's actually a huge pick. I mean, Night Witches, they should just be retreating entirely off of that alone. That could have been a bad situation for the defense.
Yeah, this is really big for Quick Shots as well. Yeah, Luna not escaping that hinder nade, and now Nova's in control of this high ground once again. You have the Deadeye ready to go. You're going to have the Terra Surge as well. Both support ults coming online as well. So in a very comfortable position here, just kind of going to take some of this poke damage and build up to those support ultimates. Now it's on Night Witches to kind of put some pressure onto this high ground. You have that Primal Rage still ready to go here, and you're going to have a Pulse Bomb of your own. The Lamp from Jade potentially going to be the stop here on that Pulse Bomb.
Ideally, it depends on if it's stuck first. I mean, it's another Cheeto to the face of Pingu and just not having a good time facing off against Eerie's Torbjorn. With Deadeye and, this Captive Sun in a response, and they just don't have the same amount of range, like fighting the little T-Rex arms of Night Witches unless they can use their movement cooldowns to close the gap, which is very difficult to do on the second point.
Yeah, and more time, less than a minute now here for Night Witches to try and break through this defense. And it was a ult economy-wise good for Quick Shots. You still have the window, and you're gonna have that Terra Surge. Now, Night Witches, you're coming up on some pretty big ultimates here, both those support ults, but they've just been having such a hard time trying to kind of dislodge Quick Shots from this high ground, because as soon as they back out, they just re-engage with cooldowns ready to go.
The timing's been really good. I mean, Quick Shots more often than not have been losing the first elimination, and it's going to be a different story this time. With Zombie going down, there's little support. Origami has to use the sound barrier much earlier than she initially wanted to, forcing all of these other ultimates that Quick Shots Nova had out. But the healing, the bubble, isolates Laser entirely from both Jade and Natnif. She's going to fall accordingly, and Night Witches have a very good chance if they can make these eliminations fall fast. Overtime now hitting, only Natnif left to contest this point, and there's a few steps away from reaching that station. Ize doing her darndest to help clean up these players. Eventually will happen, and we'll see some of this third objective after all.
All right. In overtime, Night Witches managed to break through, and not too bad for them moving in with, over a minute. So it's going to be a little dicey to get through here, because I think that this Arisa composition is going to be a little bit stronger here on this third point. Not quite as much high ground for Ise to really work with, just kind of the 2 balconies on either side. But once you get past these balconies, there's nothing really in kind of that last half of this point for the Winston to really use here. So we're looking at Deadeye and Pulse Bomb ready to go here from Quick Shots. Weather. Okay, we got the lamp there ready to go.
The Immortality Field out, Weather. Make sure it's a little sketchy. Oh, Zombie, that's not where you wanted to land. Right in the crosshairs of Weather and Natnif. to go ahead and clean this up. And I think this is where the composition of Quickshots Nova is really going to shine. It's harder to close this gap with how little cover there is in these long sight lines.
Yeah, right? I think the Deadeye now really able to do exactly what the Deadeye needs to do. You're zoning people out, and Pingu is doing a really good job kind of capitalizing on that. We saw kind of Eerie walk around a corner, LOSing that Deadeye, and then immediately is met with a Pulse Bomb because Pingu knows exactly where she wants to go to try and hide from that.
Actually, Blue Variant swapping over to the Soldier 76 and attempt to respond to some of this longer range damage, but it's a Pingu right on her tail. Shield's gonna be going down, and Night Witches, this is the final fight for them. No ultimates, no chances to realistically get these elims up and running. Quickshots Nova looking to put a halt towards this stop about halfway through the third objective. And it took a lot of recovery here, but we can see how good this particular poking composition is at shutting down a dive. Couple last second touches out of Zombie Origami as well, but it is all done in vain. Eventually, we will see that timer end and set a decent benchmark for Quickshots Nova to reach.
Yeah, this is a good push from Night Witches, but I mean, yeah, that means that Quickshots don't even have to finish this map. You just got to get kind of halfway through that third point to get this series all tied up. And looking really good again on that Orisa composition. I'm interested to see if they're going to still run the Yari on the attack. Maybe a little bit harder to kind of get in the position as... Okay, taking a look at these stats. Natnif has one death. One death from your support. I mean... You love to see it.
That's all I can say. And it's the power of the Yari. That hero is so good right now, especially on a lot of hybrid and escorts maps that you see. She's difficult to touch. She's very sustainable. And the consistent damage output that you have, very few heroes can end up matching it. I am curious, though, while that is harder to do on the attack, how do Night Witches adjust for this? I don't want to see any form of this dive on the defense, and I think he's kind of agrees with that statement. We'll be going back to that Orisa that looked really good back on map number 1, but this time actually partnered up with Zombies Ana for the first time.
Yeah, seeing the Yana come out here. So if you are playing this composition here, you're looking to really capitalize on these anti-nades. Now, they maybe were not anticipating a Kiriko because Natnif was on that Iyari on the defense, but hovering over this Kiriko now, so they might still stick on that, which could be detrimental to this idea of kind of playing for those anti-nades. But regardless, you will have a zombie on this Ana able to get a whole lot of healing out onto Ize. Maybe just kind of playing for those nanos there because you get that extra HP as well. You can really get an Orisa to live forever between the buff nade. Okay, or they could just die immediately.
Yeah, that's just don't stand in front of Weathers Cassidy. Oh my goodness, they are just not missing a single shot. Okay, they missed the turret, but yeah, that makes sense. You hit everything else, it doesn't matter. Quickshots Nova, I mean, they're steamrolling through this first point. Thankfully, they did it so quickly that Night Witches will get back to contest, but a brutal way for them to open that up.
Yeah, now you have everybody kind of set up around this point for quick shots, including the Kiriko off on a corner, and the weather is set up in this fire station as well. Immediately, just so much damage being done to Ize on this point.
Yeah, the Bionade's already out. It's been used defensively every time so far, and I mean, the Baptiste is so much sustain. Laser has stayed alive long enough to get the trade out on the tank. It is not a great situation, though, for Quickshots Nova. You'll see 3 players kind of huddled up in the second floor of the fire station. It's not really anywhere to go. Night Witches have zero reason to chase them.
No, and yeah, so Night Witches don't have their Orisa in the fight just yet. Still coming back from spawn there. Now, Quickshots, I mean, you're able to kind of live through this here, but it does mean that you're not really going to have anybody that's going to be able to help Laser kind of walk in here. Origami! Ooh. Oh, no.
I was just saying how good of a thing it was. Night Witches, you know, you're being patient. You're taking your time. Origami got ants in the pants, apparently. We just sent it into 3 players, and Quickshots Noah, they're going to try to push off of that advantage. Deadeye, that one will be stapled real fast, so no value to be gained there. But again, Laser gets burned down so quickly that Night Witches, they're going to just try to run them down the best that they can. Nano boost onto Ize. A lot of ultimates committed, too, for Quickshots Nova, despite not having a tank in this fight. They do get a couple of trades here and there. It's being scrappy. That's like what? It feels like the 10th ultimate that's been put into this fight, even though that's not even true. They're making it last for the better or for the worse. For better, if you are the Night Witches, unless you're Ize, who walks in front of an ant matrix for the last couple frames that it's up. Finally, once all this dust will settle, it seems that Quickshots Nova have some semblance of control. No problem moving away from the lava, and we'll get that capture at point A.
Okay, yeah. You know, it looked good there. They kind of just strolled in, but good patience there. Like you said, from Night Witches kind of re-engaged there. You know, answer the pants. Oh no, Origami sent back as well. Actually, this is really big for quick shots, Nova. You're finding some stagger kills here. You're going to be able to get a whole lot of payload progress on the second point, and you're going to be able to get yourself set up on that high ground, because although Night Witches are positioned up here now, the numbers advantage here for quick shots. It's going to be really big advantage for them to be up here, because whether building up to that Deadeye, Laser does have the Terror Surge ready to go as well, so whenever Night Witch is up to kind of come up here and contest this high ground, you're gonna be facing down a Terror Surge from Laser.
It's not really easy to move past this point. Somehow Eerie did a little bit of parkour on the side, but there we go. Suzu, nicely timed damage, only ended connecting on the zombie, who was easily able to scoot out of any danger, and can't quite say the same for Eve. We didn't get to see where these supports ended up getting positioned. Zombie was on the other side of the map. Laser knew it and just kind of ran Ize down.
Yeah, and now I feel like quick shots have kind of walked past maybe the hardest point in this second point of Midtown, kind of when the defensive team is set up on that high ground. As Zombie is hiding down here. Somehow is evaded. The Tracer has that TP ready to go. Is gonna have to try and hit.
Oh
no.
Stellar, and that must have been 3 shots to the dome out of Jade. Like, there's no other way Zombie just toppled over that quack. She's actually gonna get another one. That should just be it. I don't, realistically, you're not gonna get a good touch off of it. Gotta try though, but I mean, it's just Jade. Third final blow with a fight. 5k for the BAP incoming. No, not quite. Pretty darn close to it though. That Amp Matrix, ton of value. Makes up for the one that we got to see a little bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Jade just kind of set up behind on top of that bus, just dealing out a whole bunch of damage. Natnif gonna show up in the kill feed as well, getting a 2k there. So the supports here from Quick Shots really showing that it is support, not healer, getting that damage out. As Pengu is going to be having this pulse bomb ready, really looking to just kind of control this high ground, I think, because Night Witches, you don't have any control of this high ground whatsoever. You're stuck on this third point, and the payload's rapidly approaching that golden box.
This is last fight territory for this team, and like Quick Shots Nova, they know it. They have to try to force their way through, but they can't even get the touch. Laser bullies them all backwards, and there is just no fight to happen. That's a certified Kuno C9. That's not what you wanted to see here in the grand finals. But we do get one thing in our open bracket, and it is a guarantee: no more 3 Overwatch.
Yay, no more 3 Overwatch, and a Lucio play of the game as well. Love to see this Origami. Oh my goodness. But oh my gosh, yeah, so that was unfortunate there for Night Witches. That Kitsune Rush, just they had the right idea, right? You don't really want to fight in the Kitsune Rush. You know, your instinct is to kind of back away, and to give them credit, they did all back away together, so good team synergy there. But unfortunately, the payload had 3 people on it, so just flew right into that goal.
Feels bad. It feels bad. You know, you never like that when that happens, and it's just one of those things you got to go back. Yeah, kick yourself for it once, then like, okay, we got to move on. I think Quick Shots Nova, for the majority of that map, had some really good plays and decisions that worked out. I think that the Orisa comp, there just wasn't a lot of respect given to Weather. Weather really popped off in this particular map. They had so many sight lines they were able to work with. Laser was creating that space, and not to mention, again, a little bit of ants in the pants in a couple moments there at Night Witches. They wanted to engage where not necessarily everybody was on the same page. So things to keep in mind for moving on in this series. It is still a 1-1. It is still, I mean, both of our maps have come down to like a single point so far. So a very contestable series overall.
Yeah, exactly. And Night Witches, well, I mean, you had this in the last series, but you have it again. Now it's going to be a map pick for you. And, you know, we're heading over to Flashpoint, I believe it is. So maybe a little bit better kind of for this composition if the Torbjorn, I'm thinking specifically, like a Tracer can really run amok here when you get into Flashpoint. I mean, yes, Tracer is going to be good on pretty much every map right now, but especially these Flashpoint maps where it's a really wide open map, Tracer can get pretty much any angle that she wants. She's always going to be popping up in a place that you maybe don't expect her. So if you have kind of a lockdown on this Tracer, and also, like you said, kind of on Weather, like we need to keep an eye on this. And maybe not plan to play the Cassidy on Flashpoint, but regardless, you know, they're hitting all of their shots, so you got to be really careful, because that DPS passive, 30% healing reduction, if the rest of the team is looking at whoever Weather is shooting, they're probably gonna die.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened on the entirety of the Midtown attack there for Quick Shots Nova. It was, oh, weather got them low. Okay, I'm gonna go in and get the rest of the health. Like that's just how it works. It's been a very consistent damage output on the Cassidy, who's a pretty strong character right now. And you gotta think for Night Witches, because they will also have the first ban. I don't think it necessarily matters which Flashpoint map we go to. I'm assuming we're going to get the same comps either way. Sort of also can lean a little bit more towards that like Winston dive-ish if you want to pull that, but like overall, the Orisa has looked a little bit more comfortable when it comes to an overall team execution point, like not including any of the weird staggered fights that we have. The full 5v5s have looked much more even, so I would prefer if Night Witches did something like a New Junk City, but again, what are we feeling? Do you have a plan for Flashpoint? Is like arguably this is probably the least important map pick in this entire series so far.
Yeah, at least this is not going to be a match, and right? Like, you got a 50-50 here. Atlas is not in the pool for Kunoichi, so we don't have to worry about the new map just yet. But yeah, it's also just like, this is not, you know, a match-ending point, as actually got noticed we're 2 maps in, so we are going to take a little break here, give the players and ourselves time to catch up. But don't go anywhere, we will be back with map 3 just after this.
we're only halfway through our Kunoichi Karnival Grand Finals, the Open Division so far, the only non-3 Overwatch game that we have had, and it's going to remain that way. Quickshots Nova took the first map, or actually lost their first map against Night Witches, who kind of stumbled a little bit. Very confident start in Lijiang Tower. The dive didn't quite work out, so we're going to reel it back towards a Flashpoint map, where our brawl comps seem to rise, particularly on this very map, New Junk City, Rain.
Yeah, New Junk City, definitely. We are still gonna see some Orisa here, unless it gets banned out. That is always an option here. But yeah, you know, you have a lot of these Flashpoint maps, even on Saravasa as well, where it's played like a control center essentially, and you're gonna be fighting for this point. You're gonna really love to have a brawl, a tank that can have presence on this point, and then you get your DPS kind of set up around the point, able to do damage down onto it. So these bans, this is going to be really important here. Night Witches are going to have the opportunity to ban first, since they also got to pick this map, and I'm wondering if they want to try and force maybe this dive composition that they were running with. We've seen it come out a handful of times here. Hasn't worked either time, and you know, maybe won't be so favored for New Junk City either.
Quite. Certainly far from it. Like, you could just be like, haha, evil chaos moment and ban Orisa, because that's funny. But I don't think it's what Night Witches would do, especially since that's where they have found the success so far. Could be wrong, though. Again, haha, evil funny moment. Like, just do it. It'll be funny. It's chaotic. That's where we like to go. But I'm also leaning, like, DPS or tank. Surely we ban DPS or tank here. That just makes the most sense to me. It is Orisa. We're going to do the Chaos pick. All right. We're taking that off the table entirely. Does that just mean we're going to run another Brawl tank? Because surely we don't keep the Winston on a New Junk City map.
Yeah, surely not. Now, Ize does have Junker Queen listed as her favorite hero, so potentially we move over to that Junker Queen composition. This team definitely has run it in some of their past maps, and I think that, you know, if you're going to pick a Flashpoint to play Junker Queen on New Junk City, definitely is a really good option. Not quite as open as some of the points on Saravasa, so the Junker Queen has a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of close some of that distance without taking too much poke damage.
The Junker Queen would make sense, especially with some of the changes that she's had recently. Much more team-based, can support these faster dives, which it kind of begs the question. We didn't even talk about Quickshots Nova ban, because I don't think it matters that much. Okay, that might actually matter. We're taking away the Torbjorn, and that was the other reason I'm like, maybe we ban a DPS if the Witch is here, just because you want to protect that Torb, but no, that's going to be gone. We are going to see Eerie step outside her comfort zone for map 3.
Yeah, so some of the other, we have seen the Torb ban come out against Night Witches. Eerie really looking to play this Torbjorn on pretty much every map, and she did flex over towards the Mei the last time that ban came through, so definitely could be an option here on New Junk City. You know, it's not gonna be able to put out kind of as much pressure as the Torbjorn does. You don't have that same kind of consistent damage, and you're not able to kind of get those random Cheeto headshots from really far away. Oh, see, I'm saying that, but I mean, the main right clicks do really hurt still, as long as you're landing them.
I'm so happy, honestly. You made my day. We do actually have a substitute, though. I believe Nikichu will be back in for the support play Brig on Lijiang Tower, so maybe this Brig Juno will be making a comeback with Lucio Kiriko. Not entirely sure if that's something in Nikichu's hero pool. Either way, a speed cooldown of some sort is an absolute must on a map of Flashpoint, regardless of where you are. So either it's Juno Kiriko, Juno Lucio, some combination of all of those heroes we'll likely be seeing from both teams. Maybe do we get like a laser Junker Queen? Is that a thing? I'm not super familiar with the laser Junker Queen.
I definitely have seen it before, and I think it could definitely make an appearance here. Laser is really a lot of tanks are kind of in her pool, but Junker Queen has been an option here. So moving away from this Orisa is going to be really interesting, because yeah, we've been seeing the Orisa all night long here from Quickshots Nova. So swapping things up, it is going to be a little bit of an adjustment, right? Because if you're playing that kind of same composition, it's the same style that you're running kind of on each map, even as you move through the different maps. So looking like maybe they are going to go with the Ramatra instead. That playstyle, I think, is going to fit a little bit more similar to the way that the Orisa was playing.
Yeah, okay. I like this. It's pretty, yeah, as you said, pretty similar. But with the May Cassidy, this is really going to slow down the pace of this game and attempt to throw off Ize, who's going to fare much worse with a back against Maywall than a Ramatra.
Oh, yeah. So Night Witches, I mean, you have to try and go first here. You really don't want these fights to go out too long. The Ramatra, the Nemesis form, is going to be really detrimental. Already the wall comes out, and already Quickshots Nova are taking this space away from Night Witches. Oh,
I mean, the commanding shot's gone. Like, the commanding shot's gone. Night Witches, they don't have any supportive cooldowns to really make this happen. Laser, they'll still being cautious, knowing that that's there, but yeah, the DC was called. Good comms, actually. Yeah, we're taking a break. That's fine. So we'll get our players back up and ready. I think this is just one of those moments that you lost the RNG of, oh, but which team's composition is better? Rocking out of the gates. Quickshots Nova, I think, are heavily favored in that regard. Main Tracer's not a lot of damage here. Laser won't die first. Like, if Laser dies first, something is going seriously wrong. But she's Laser. I don't think she's going to be making that choice. So, Quickshots Nova have an upper hand, at least for the time being.
Yeah, exactly. And you at least have this where it was Weather that had the DC there on the Cassidy. So that's gonna work actually really nicely for Night Witches because now your Cassidy has to walk all the way back from spawn. Cassidy, not a notoriously quick hero either. So that's a lot of pressure already gone because they were, Quickshots Nova were running this May Cassidy. So Cassidy is really the one that you're looking for to kind of chunk down that damage on the targets that get Maywalled. So now without that in the fight, Night Witches are just gonna have a little bit of advantage, a little bit more sustainability in these fights.
That's certainly going to help. I did see a Moira on the board too, if I wasn't mistaken. We had a Lucio Moira backing the Junker Queen, which that's a new one. I don't think I've seen Moira with the Junker Queen all of that much, just because the Kiriko tends to keep up better. The Suzu's such good utility, but I mean, it's a comfort pick, perhaps? Like, I'm not entirely sure where that thought process is coming from.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because Moira is looking to play kind of for these longer kind of brawl fights. You don't want to go too long where you're running out of resources, but Moira doesn't have any burst damage, really. You can have some consistent damage, which is great, but nothing that's really going to be able to kind of follow up on those shout engagements from the Junker Queen. So maybe, yeah, like you said, a comfort pick, maybe just feeling like you need to be able to, like, live a little bit longer. Maybe you felt like you were getting kind of the TP and the Suzu forced out a little bit. Moira does have that fade perk, which can make her very, very hard to track once she builds up to it. But yeah, just for kind of these dry fights, probably not going to be that advantageous.
No, not quite. I mean, it's got to be just a quick thing where the Moira can pump out all of this massive healing to try to keep Ize up. But I mean, Maywall's there. It doesn't really matter. As we did determine, it was a DC on one of the players, but it doesn't seem to matter all that much since we are still in an even engagement. Night Witches, though, lost the majority of their healing, so waiting for this cooldown, the commanding shout to come online is going to be very important for this team. Have somehow managed to keep the point contested, mind you, for Quickshots Nova, and Laser will end up getting burned down. I remember saying that shouldn't happen. It just did, as a matter of fact. So Night Witches somehow, some way, managed to get their bearings together and are going to grab themselves the first capture of the point.
Yeah, this is big here for Night Witches. You're just going to finish off Pingu on this May, which actually is going to be a little bit of a stagger kill here. Won't quite get the wave spawn with Weather and Nikachu, and now Night Witches getting percentage here, and that fight went long enough for them to build up to quite a few ultimates, getting really, really close to that Blizzard and the Rampage. Pulse Bomb's already ready to go. Origami gonna have that beat as well. Now, Weather has the Dead Eye, maybe not gonna be able to zone quite as much here. I think that it's really easy to kind of just hold Quickshot Nova in this choke point.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb a little wide there. Not a ton of burst damage, but again, we're playing for these Maywalls. Both of them have come out, and it'll be the Sound Barrier. Origami building that much faster than their Lucio counterpart. Night Witches, they wanted to put the pedal to the metal, but it's only the Blizzard that actually ends up make the difference. The Suzu, that perfectly timed, keeps Laser up, and the final set of reinforcements comes down. Nikichu's Sound Barrier will save this team, and what looks like a rather grim situation the Night Witches had put the Nova team in.
Laser got solo Blizzard there and lived through it thanks to that beat. So yeah, excellent timing there. The team kill coming through for Quickshots Nova. Now, 67% is not too bad at all for Night Witches. That's basically a fight and a half if you can get back in control of this point. You have the Rampage and the Coalescence to try and make that happen, but there's two very, very big ultimates on the side of Quickshots Nova, and Pengu is just hiding in a corner waiting for their team to kind of bait them in. But oh no, it's the rotation from Night Witches. This is actually really smart because you're gonna have a harder time on getting Maywalled, but you're still gonna face a blizzard.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about this. Again, no Kiriko Suzu to help keep you alive through that storm, and Night Witch is just gonna set back to the spawn as quickly as it started. A very efficient fight too for Quickshots Nova.
Yeah, you've built up, you did enough damage on Weather to build up to this Deadeye, and you still hold on to that Annihilation. Now, there isn't really going to be a whole lot to deny this Annihilation. A lot of times when we're seeing the Mei on the field, we're seeing the Blizzard kind of come out to counter that, but Eerie only at 50% here, so isn't going to be able to use that. Now, we do have Luna kind of hiding here, waiting to go for the touch, but yeah, Issei down already.
Yeah, the Rampage, it got stunned out. I believe that was Weather throwing a Hinder Grenade, if I'm not mistaken. Canceled the one win condition Night Witch has had going into that fight entirely, and that was just some extreme work from the Cassidy. We mentioned how Weather just dominated back on Midtown. Seems that hot streak will continue for New Junk City.
First point, picked up here, quick shots. Goodbye Stadium as we head over to Bomb Flats, so that favors quick shots Nova here, who's already going to be in position here. And okay, but you lose Pingu. I mean, that was what's going to really hold down this choke point for you. So this is an opportunity for Night Witch just to get in and get this point.
Nothing really pumped the brakes at. I mean, Quick Shots Nova, you're going to have to commit the Kitsune Rush. Just going to get yourself back in this fight to begin with. Pulse Bomb, not quite hitting its target there. And I mean, it's enough to punch down Issei. Laser's been holding on to this Annihilation. She hasn't been forced to use it at all, and it's working out in their favor. The Kitsune Rush was enough to accelerate the cooldowns, make up for the gap that was Pingu, and secure Quick Shots Nova another first capture.
Oh yeah, really scary to see that Kitsune Rush come out, and then the Ramatra form as well. That Nemesis form able to do so much damage, and you move so quickly with that rush speed buff. Now, like you said, the Annihilation still ready to go here for quick shots, and Pengu has built up another Blizzard. There is a Blizzard on the other side, though. Eerie's ready to go with that. A little bit harder to maybe use it kind of offensively, but it's all about kind of finding the opening here. You gotta be so careful not to get walled.
Oh, you can avoid the wall, but not the Blizzard. Zombie swapping over towards the Kiriko. That will help with the Suzu. If the Annihilation Laser has been keeping in the back pocket for quite some time, makes an appearance and absolutely devastates Night Witch's attempted push. And the ultimate discipline here for Quick Shots Nova does not dump everything has been wonderful.
Yeah, and they've done such a good job of like using their other teammates' ultimates to build up to their own. So like once again, we see Weather kind of this ult cycle coming through, really working well for quick shots. So you have the Deadeye and you have the Beat. Now Luna just kind of looking to do a little bit of damage here, trying to take a little bit of pressure off this front line so that they can get through this choke point.
It's a Pingu, another icicle to the dome. The touch won't even happen despite Zombie committing towards that Kitsune Rush. Like, this is just really difficult now for Night Witches. The second perk is online for Pingu too, so they can just freeze any of these players at any point. I mean, Night Witches, it's gone from bad for worse.
Yeah, and now we are moving just over to Junkyard here, and quick shots. I mean, you didn't have a very far walk. You're going to be able to get set up kind of on this high ground. A really great spot for Weather on this Cassidy to be because, well, they've got this Deadeye ready to go once again. Now, Night Witches, you've got the Beat to work with from Origami and that Pulse Bomb. Now, the Suzu will be available potentially from Natnif to kind of stop this Pulse Bomb, but I'm expecting Luna to maybe try and get this onto the Deadeye. At least then you're going to have a stationary target, and it's going to be a little bit harder for the Cassidy to kind of use that combat roll to deny some of that damage, but I mean, you gotta get up to this high ground first.
And it's really difficult to do with this comp, and yeah, Luna just not having a lot of luck with these pulse bombs. It's a really difficult ultimate to get value out of, but they've also managed to shut down the Deadeye Shore, but I saw that freeze come in onto Issei, and there just wasn't any mobility to help her keep moving forwards and put some actual damage into Quick Shots Nova, and winning this fight almost completely dry, just committing a Deadeye, which you even consider that an ultimate.
Yeah, right. We've been talking about it all night. It's for zoning. Yeah, it's basically a cooldown for Weather at this point. And now look at all of this space that quick shots are taking. You have the ultimates to work with to basically just kind of stagger out this next fight. You're past that 50%. It's not looking good for Night Witches at all.
Oh, but it does seem everyone manages to scoot away from the Blizzard, so this is actually pretty nice. Issei gets frozen again! The Rampage, yeah, it hits, but it doesn't matter. With Nikichu's sound barrier on the ground, it's all laser setting up this wall that you just can't get past. It's similar shades that we saw back on Lijiang Tower. Quick Shots Nova are running away with this map, and it's final fight here. Night Witch is swapping over to the Doomfist, and one final attempt to touch, yet it's all blue, and it's still filled up this kill feed. Laser making it near impossible to touch the point with the Annihilation now active, up and running. Weather remaining uncontested in the backline, and it just seems set and done. Quick Shots Nova, they've only dropped one map so far, and they want to keep it that way. Now moving up to championship point.
And that was a really, really good New Junk City for Quick Shots Nova. And I'll remind everybody that was Night Witches that were taking us there. And I think that Torb ban, maybe it really kind of hurt them. You know, you try to flex over kind of to the Sojourn or some other heroes here. We saw the Mei coming out. But with this weather on this Cassidy and then running the Mei as well, it was really hard to kind of find value with the Tracer as well, right? Like, you don't necessarily have another Tracer to kind of worry about to try and contest you, but the Cassidy and even the Kiriko as well, just doing a really good job basically keeping that Tracer at bay, and there was just never really an opportunity for Night Witches to kind of get an angle in, so this kind of Mei, Ramatra, Cassidy just winning in the front line every fight.
And that's the problem, right? Is with your Night Witches comp, you have to play fast and you have to ignore the tank. You couldn't play fast because you're running into a Hinder and a Mei that can slow you down in like 5 different ways. And then the Ramatra just existed. Laser made sure that she couldn't be ignored. And it was a very nice setup from this team. They took all of this proactivity where Night Witches, they couldn't take the fights if they wanted. They got caught out in these rotations. The Tracer couldn't set up on these off angles, which is, I mean, it's really hard to play Tracer into like a Mei Cassidy to begin with. So, and Pingo just simply got too much value out of their hero pick, and not to, is okay if the Torb is banned. Not even gonna bother playing the Tracer without the Torb there. It's like, you know, we'll save that for the next map where that will come through, because we're heading to push, right? This map pick a little bit more decisive than something like a Flashpoint, but regardless of that fact, we're likely looking at very similar compositions to what we have been seeing these DPS when Weather and Pingu have been the winners. They've been the ones leading that charge for Quick Shots Nova this entire series.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving into push, I think that what Quick Shots have been showing us and just kind of like the way that they understand the tempo of these fights, it's going to be really, really important here on push maps. They know when to kind of like back out of fights, know when to kind of get aggressive. And in these push maps where like you really need to be chaining together these fight wins, that is definitely going to help you. But I mean, at least Night Witches, you get to pick which push map we're going to. So at least we have that going for us, and it's going to be Runasapi. I think Runasapi has quickly become a fan favorite for so many teams.
Runasapi, it's very pretty visually, don't get me wrong, but it's also a favorite because it's the one push map that you play on and you start to fall behind early. It doesn't feel like you're bashing your head against the wall for the next 8 minutes of the map. Like, there's a decent chance of you coming back within this game with how it's structured, and with it being as recent, Overwatch developers learned how to make a push map that kind of hit all the great check marks that this point is, and it can also play pretty well into this more, I guess, brawly style composition if you want. The Hazard also was really strong here. That's something we saw Easy play earlier to limited success, but this is Night Witch's last map pick. It's their last first hero ban, and it's something that they need to make count.
Yeah, we'll see what they go for here. So, I mean, you're not going to be able to ban out anything that you've already hit. So that Orisa ban is off the table now. It didn't work on that last map, unfortunately, and you're not going to have it kind of in your back pocket for this one. Now, thinking about kind of, okay, you expect that Nova's going to run out on this Orisa once again. So you got to turn towards probably one of these DPS heroes. I mean, we were just saying, you know, Pingu and Weather, they've been doing a whole lot of damage, so if you can try to shut down one of those heroes with a targeted DPS ban, that might be your best bet here.
Yeah, I think you have to go for something that would be not a support ban, but I mean, that's what they're going to do. They don't want to play against, I'm assuming, a Brig Juno, which is kind of nice. Brig Juno is your Tracer is not allowed to exist kind of support backline, so I'm assuming they want to try to set up that kind of more flank style gameplay that they've done in the past. It helps negate some of these dives too, so like the Hazard will be a bit more free. If they decide to play the Winston, that's another option that could come out, but it's a very all-round pick, but it also leaves the success picks of Quick Shots Nova, they're entirely open right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still going to be, you know, the DPS line basically set up on kind of their comfort heroes, which has looked really, really phenomenal. That Tracer definitely going to make a reappearance here. Quick Shots, I mean, I don't know who you want to go for a ban here. It's not going to be a support, so you're probably not going to go for a tank ban again, so I'm guessing maybe go for one of the DPS. Oh!
You'll be the ones banning the Tracer.
Interesting. Okay, I'm excited to see what they're gonna play then, because you've been playing the Tracer pretty much every map except for, you know, that one time where the Torb was out of the fight, so then you don't run it. But now, yeah, Pingu was looking really good on that Tracer, so we'll see what they opt for on Runasapi.
So we're either A, looking at Genji. It's kind of been the switch out for a Tracer. I don't think that's ideal. Or, I mean, could you stick Pingu back on the Mei here? It's not an amazing Mei map, but it got a ton of value in that previous point. If Junker Queen is the pick, it's a very valid option to kind of return towards that hero. This is a puzzling one, since, like, I wonder if Pingu's, like, just so confident on another pick, or Pingu's like, what the heck, team? I've been popping off. Like,
when your team is target banning you. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Oh, we are ready to head into Runasapi. All the beautiful sights and soulless eyes.
oh dear. It's like, it's kind of cute, but it's also kind of creepy. I feel like they're like staring into my soul.
Yeah, right? I'm feeling that too.
The eyes are unsettling. It's a little unsettling. It's just like, ugh. I didn't even know that was there. There's a sign on New Junk City that said, where's the doctor or something, and it like pointed to the health pack. I didn't even know that. So thank you, the observers know all the spots. Like, it's crazy that they take like they just know all of the stuff about the maps. We should play like what's that called, the Google Earth thing. Did you like try?
Oh
and
my
find
gosh,
where it
we
is?
need
Yeah,
an Overwatch GeoGuessr. Oh
Yes!
my gosh, that would
Oh,
be
that
so
sounds like
good,
fun.
actually. Oh,
I would
Orange
love
would
that.
crush that.
Orange would totally crush that. And let's see who does the crushing here. Map number 4. Comes out. We will actually get the Genjis instead of the Traces, but otherwise basically same compositions to what we saw in different variations throughout the day.
Yep, we are gonna have Eerie back over on that Torbjorn, Weather on the Cassidy as well. Now we do have Baptiste on the side of Quick Shots, and oh my goodness, alright, the Kiriko's already gone.
I'm starting to wonder if they named themselves Quick Shots because of how quickly Weather hits the shots. Like, it's becoming a common theme here. Little scrappy towards the end. Weather and Natnif find their faces met with the shotgun burst of Eerie, but yeah, Pingu quick to go ahead and clean that one up for Quick Shots Nova to get the bot rolling.
Yeah, looking good here. And I was gonna say, yeah, so having this Baptiste kind of versus the Kiriko, you have a whole lot of sustain here. It does mean that, you know, you're not gonna have that Suzu for the last second. You have the lamp instead, which is gonna be able to last a little longer, but it's also a little bit, you know, you can delete that lamp fairly quickly as Quickshot's getting some space here. Eerie, oh, Weather is coming back, okay, from the side here. I thought we were on the flank here now. Night Witches are going to have an opportunity to recontest this before that payload comes through, but, I mean, Quickshot and Nova have really nice angles going on here.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to move through this point, but the fact that they got there before Night Witches were able to set themselves up on this high ground is really big. I mean, look how low Ise is. This is just going to be checkpoint essentially for free. The amount of pressure that Quickshots Nova are applying, the Night Witches, they just can't find a way to get themselves back on their feet before Weather and Pingu light it up in the kill feed.
My gosh, yeah, Weather takes out both the supports there. Yeah, take down the tank as
Weather.
well.
Okay.
Right? Why not? Weather has gone ahead and built up to that Deadeye, and actually a lot of ultimates coming online here for Quick Shots. And Night Witches, I mean, just you've been dying so quickly in these fights that you just haven't really had the opportunity to really build up to a whole lot. Now, Zombie does have this Kitsune Rush, so you have that working for you, but oh my gosh, just the tempo from Quick Shots.
They're going quick. I mean, that's all that you need to know about this team. They're forcing the tempo, and there's not room for Night Witches to go in. They're getting forced out of their rotations awkwardly, and guess what? Weather can just click heads. They've been doing it the entire series long, and it's only amplified here on what could be the final map. If this is the pace Quickshots Nova continue to set. Heavy ultimate commitment, though. Weather doesn't quite find the sight lines that they wanted with the Deadeye, but it doesn't matter if the team can still follow up with the additional damage. Origami, yes, gets a sound barrier online, but will she opt to use it here? The rest of the team, they're getting low, caught up into Terror Surge, doesn't want to risk the Ajax, so they'll just go ahead and lose the fight. One last stand is all Night Witches get.
I think that Quickshots have had one death. I think Weather was the only death so far here, as we are going to see some swaps up. Just the Bastion and the Reinhardt. You have the beat at least to kind of sustain through this.
No,
but there's also a blade.
No,
oh.
It's Ajax, the blade, it goes through. The Origami just sent it. They knew that the sound barrier had to hit when it happened, but no, it hits the ground with no song to follow. Quickshots Nova speed their way through Runasapi. Map 4 barely even happened. It's an open division win in Kunoichi Karnival. Quickshots Nova, take it.
Oh my gosh, Runasapi, I mean, we mentioned that, you know, this could look really good for quick shots because they really understand kind of how to just cycle these fights and keep them going in their favor, but I wasn't expecting this, like, oh my goodness, you built up to the 5 ultimates, and then, we've mentioned it before, just doing such a good job of kind of cycling through them. You always had one ready to go, ready to stagger out another kill, and, I mean, you blink and you miss it pretty much.
You remember how I said before we picked Runasapi that, you know, you pick this map because it's the most tame, it's the most calm. You're not going to see, like, these massive, like, steamrolls through the point. That's kind of just what happened because Quickshots Nova decided, you know, we're kind of done with this. We want to go home. We're tired. Actually, all of them are European, so it's pretty late for them right now. Understandably, they're like, let's win this. Let's move on. And I think their name speaks very true for their playstyle. I mean, the tempo that they pushed, holy cow, it was fast. Night Witches didn't know what hit them, and just flat out, Weather's hitting the shots. Like, there's not much else that this team could have asked for. They showed up for our open division match today, even if it took a little bit to get warmed up. Runasapi, no doubt, sealing their title as champions.
Absolutely on fire there, that last map. Now, shout out to Night Witches because, hey, Quickshots Nova went through this entire bracket without losing a single map. You are the first ones to take a map off of them, so you gotta at least feel pretty good about that one. But yeah, it's absolutely no surprise to me how Quickshots Nova ended up here in this grand finals taking this victory. Really stellar performance from them.
Yeah, they're definitely riding this kind of wave of momentum, you know, coming from Calling All Heroes and as a top 5 team, mind you, and bringing it to our open division now. And it's a lot of growth that we've seen all of these players come through, and a well-deserving win for this squad. We can shout the praises, we can call them cool all that we want to, but let's do it while they're actually here. Why don't we? We're gonna get a winner's interview set up with Quickshots Nova. It will be Natnif and Pingu joining us on the desk right after this quick break. The celebrations are winding down here with the Kunoichi Karnival as we have crowned our final champion for our tournament this weekend. It is the Quickshots Nova team taking away the title for our open division. And with us here on the desk, we have Pingu and Natnif from the winning team joining us. Pingu, I'll start with you. We've seen you kind of come up and rising within the scene quite a lot lately. What does it mean to you to go ahead and win this title today?
Well, I don't really know what it means. Me and the rest of Quickshots mainly went into this tournament as practice and also for fun, just as like a team bonding experience. So obviously it's really fun to actually win it. It's also the first win of many from Quickshots Nova to come.
Nice. I like the confidence there. Is it same for you, Natnif?
I would say like it's definitely part of what Pingu said. We do want to kind of prove that we are like one of the few representations in CAR and giving another platform to showcase that, and also like playing against some other teams that aren't just more NA focused. There was a Brazilian, women's team, I believe, that came into play. So it's really nice to kind of just see other areas of the community coming together, and yeah, it's nice to walk away with the win and have some good games.
Some really good games. So I'll start with Pangu. So definitely we see in your hero sheet here that Tracer, one of your more favored heroes. So I'm wondering, is this a hero that you've always kind of leaned towards, or do you have a little bit more love for her now that she has found even more of a place kind of in this meta with these most recent buffs?
No, I've played Tracer since I started scrimming back in like 2021, I think. I fell in love with Tracer during the Ball Tracer meta in Overwatch 1, and just never stopped.
I love that. Oh yeah, the golden days for sure. Now, Natnif, the support player, we saw you clicking so many heads on that Kiriko. Do you have kind of a favorite style that you like to play with that Kiriko? I saw you taking a whole lot of off angles sometimes, and you have the aim that you can definitely make that happen. Is something that you like to kind of favor towards?
Thank you. That's very kind. But honestly, like I think back when we started, when I started playing, I did lean super heavily into DPS angle, but I've kind of been put more in line with keeping my team alive. I think Weather would probably need a little bit more healing every now and then, so probably still working on that, finding that balance. But I do like to get the headshots. I do find it very satisfying when I'm not we're seeing like an Orisa standing still every now and then. But setting up the good aim for the important shots, I guess.
See, exactly. It's the easy ones that are hard to hit. We were talking about earlier. Like, we just watched Weather, like, not miss a shot, got, like, 3 people, and then missed 2 shots on his Torb turret. Like, it happens, We all have that sometimes. But I do want to talk about this, too, for all of y'all, because, we get to see Quickshots Nova, first kind of in Calling All Heroes, had a great performance here. Of course, you ended up winning this tournament. What's kind of the next step? What can we expect more from this team? Because it sounds like that y'all are going to continue to be competing together in the future, Natnif.
Yeah, I mean, we do kind of want to go against the grain of certain Calling Heroes teams where they kind of change and shift a lot very, very quickly. We are kind of found out that we are a call that can really grow and learn together, especially under the guidance of Unlucky, that was on holiday up until today, but is still very much a guiding force in this. And yeah, we kind of just realized we have the goals to be aligned here, and I think that is, the direction we're heading, and just sticking together, proving we can kind of push up maybe into top 4, top 3 of CAR and keep playing these kind of tournaments and proving ourselves.
And I'm very excited to see it. This is just excellent. Like, having seen your run in Calling All Heroes and then coming into this too, it shows not only the growth that y'all had just from that tournament, but also a very positive direction that you guys feel that this team is going to continue to grow in. So I'm certain we'll be keeping an eye on that. I do go ahead. I know you want, probably late for y'all. You want to go ahead and celebrate this win. Of course, before we get there, I want to give the floor to both of you. Do you have any kind of last second shout outs, any final words for the people before we let you go?
Nat, do you want to start?
I was hoping you'd say you go first because there's just so many people. We're very lucky to have a lot of subs come in to help us and fill out different play styles. Obviously, Jade come in, newest addition to the team, and playing that double flex was a good turning point mentally. Laser as well, I think, mechanically, super stepped up. Pingu too on the IGL role, and Weather hit just the Weather shots. The storm was brewing, so he's gonna hate that I say, but anyway, yeah.
Anything for you, Pingu, you want to add?
I agree totally with what Nat's saying. A huge shout out to everyone else on the team, especially Unlucky, I'd say. Unlucky has really been, I'd say, the core of the team. just helping us all grow together. Obviously, Unlucky has the most experience, and has it's just a old mentor just throwing it onto us. But also,
I was going to say, I don't forget Nikachu as well for coming in.
Oh,
and
yeah.
saying, like, they know us.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you a lot to Nikachu from Quick Academy stepping in to help us out, since Unlucky was on holiday for the first 2 days.
You never could have told that it was just a recent step up. I mean,
Right?
the synergy was absolutely there. So, but it's great to hear about all of the support that your team has, and I mean that clearly, I mean, you all like each other. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be here today. So, all things said, Pingu and Notnif, thank you so much for joining us here, giving us a little bit of insight into the Quick Shots Nova, and we look forward to seeing where your team goes next.
Might I just add one more thing?
Oh yeah, go for it.
I wanna shout out to the enemy team, Night Witches. We played them in Swiss, and they only took a sub-map of us in Control. And same thing yesterday in playoffs, where they got a lot more competitive. And today they were really competitive.
Yeah.
Like, they did so much growth in such a short time. It's really impressive by them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could really see that it pushed it to the limits, right? You had to make those adjustments, and perhaps you haven't been forced to for the entirety of the series, since you did end up only dropping one map, which is pretty close to a Kunoichi. I think it ties the Kunoichi record. I don't think we've ever had a golden run, but we've had teams drop one golden map. So you're almost, you gotta, no, it's a good thing. You gotta come back next tournament, and you gotta do the golden stage, okay? No pressure. I believe in you guys. You can do it. You can do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we'll go ahead and we'll go. Of course. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time, and again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Oh, that was really fun. And I really like to see it, because it is a very common thing to see, like, Roster Mania hit a lot of these rosters, so, like, having the amount of confidence in these players to both stick together and continue to grow, and it's a really great fresh breath of air here.
I agree, and it's really, really nice to hear that, because I think that at Calling All Heroes, you know, we're trying to set up basically a ladder for folks that maybe don't have kind of the opportunity to get into kind of those mainstream Overwatch League tournaments, and to hear that you have kind of a group of people that are coming together that all have that same goal to kind of stay together and move forward. Yeah, I am super excited to see what Quick Esports does next, because I think that this is the start of a really, really impressive team.
Absolutely. We got to see it here today, and we certainly will see them return for our next event. But that's going to be all here for the Kunoichi Karnival. It has been a wonderful event for all of you, and thank you to everybody, too, who came around to support the Trevor Project towards the tail end of Pride Month. It's been a great initiative to have partnered alongside us, and aligns with a lot of the goals that we like to see for this community and this competitive esports scene. I want to give a couple of shout-outs before we go. Shout out Fish, our admin, for all of this weekend, making sure everybody stays online and is checked in. We had over, I believe, 20 different production people, casters, observers, and producer singular on this desk. So thank you to everybody who came out to help and make this tournament happen. And of course, thank you to all of our viewers for supporting the Kunoichi Karnival. That will do it for us here today. It's been Tiny, Shiny, and Rain, and we'll see you again for the next Kunoichi events.